से हम घिरे हुए, अंधेरों से हम भागे हुए, पल पल हर पल हम जिए, कितने काले धुएं में। हवाओं ने जाके पत्तों से पूछा, पत्तों ने जाके पेड़ों से पूछा, हम कहाँ रहेंगे, हम कैसे खिलेंगे, हम कैसे जिएंगे, हम कैसे जिएंगे। हम है तो तुम हो तो हम, इंसान हो तुम, प्रकृति हम। हम है तो तुम हो तो हम, इंसान हो तुम, प्रकृति हम। हमें जीने दो, हमें खिलने दो, हमें पानी दो, हमें रहने दो। हमें जीने दो, हमें खिलने दो, हमें पानी दो, हमें रहने दो। दुनिया हमारी रंगों से भर दो, खुशियाँ हमारी हरियाली कर दो। हम यही रहेंगे, हम यही रहेंगे, हम यही रहेंगे।
And with the much awaited summit. First, I would like to invite Vandana Chavan ma'am, who is the founder of Alert and also the member of Parliament Rajya Sabha. Ma'am, we are very honored to have you today. Vandana Chavan ma'am, an advocate by profession, was elected thrice.
Basically, what is it that we can do for the city? We all know that climate change, now that you've studied since last year, your teachers have to be given an ovation, even a standing ovation maybe, because they are the ones who have got you here. Can we? Yeah, thank you, thank you. Teachers, this is all for you. The principals and the teachers of all the schools, this is all for you, the standing ovation. Because even if we feel we want to take a program, and if the teachers do not take it up seriously, passionately, dedicatedly, it will not reach you children. And therefore, when we saw some of the films that you all have sent to us, we saw that you have thanked your teachers and your principals and your school for having taken this program to you. You have also said in several of these films that had it not been for the PCW program, probably we would not have understood climate change. We would not have understood what is energy audit. We would not have understood what is air quality and domestic energy, etc., etc. So I'm really happy when I realize that it is the PCW program who has made you aware of what exactly are the problems which we are facing, not only in Pune, but I'm talking about the universe as a whole. What is it that is causing it? We all know greenhouse gases, and this creates a thicker atmosphere, because of which we have climate change happening. We have erratic weather conditions, erratic climate conditions. Earlier, when we talked about climate change, we thought it was something at the North and South Pole. That's where the glaciers were melting. That's where probably the polar bears were getting displaced. The penguins were getting displaced. They were not getting their food. This was some years back. We'd never thought it would reach our cities, our states, our country. But today we see that every city, in some way or the other, is being hit by climate change. It could be a heat wave, where you have to stay indoors. In Delhi, where I go quite often, when there's a heat wave, children are asked not to come to school. If the air quality is bad, they are asked to sit at home and work from home. If it rains, we have seen in Pune itself, torrential rains, cloudbursts, Earlier, had we ever heard of floods in the city of Pune? Never ever. Ask your parents. Ask your grandparents. You all are young. So probably you all might think this has been happening all over the years. Ask them when you go home. It never happened. It rained. It was beautiful rain, but it never was torrential rains. It was never a cloudburst. It was never a flooding in the city. Now you see that happening, right? Storms happen at the coastal areas. You never imagined a storm can happen in Pune. So these are the things we are facing. And this is all because of the lifestyle, the post-industrial age that we have seen, and we have emitted all these pollutants in the air. After we know that this has happened, like they say in Marathi, apan shane honar ki nahi. You all understand Marathi, right? Is there anyone here who doesn't understand Marathi? No, not a single hand. Okay, only one hand up. So, are we going to shane? You know what is shane, no? So, apan shane honar ki nahi. To व्हायलाच पाहिजे. We will have to take steps, and we will have to work towards reducing our carbon footprint. On the global level, on the national level, the governments are doing their bit. It is you and me who have to change our lifestyle and do something about it. So welcome again, once again, to this session. Thank you for all the schools for having participated. I wish to tell you we had a tough time to choose who are the ones who are going to come and present, and therefore we decided all the 6 standards, when they have the topic on air, will come on stage. And then it'll be an open house where everybody hopefully gets a chance to speak. So this is, once again, I say, not a competition. This is something where we will have deliberations, we will learn from each other, we will understand issues, and we will have 2 experts on every panel who will give us the expert inputs. There are some issues sometimes we don't understand. In some of the presentations I saw that people are, after all, you're like kids, so I know even my colleagues or my peers would say the same thing sometime. If you want more light into the building, you have to have a glass facade. No, not for our climatic conditions. So these are some of the misconceptions, myths that we follow and we have to understand. And therefore, every session will have 2 experts who will try to answer your questions, who will try to give inputs. And as you all know, 6th standard will be deliberating on which subject? Air, correct. 7th standard? Energy, that's right. And 8th standard? That's right. So every topic has been given 1 hour, and you all will all be coming. 6th standard will come on the stage, they will go down 7, then 8. And the anchors are the experts again who are going to ask you questions and make you speak. For 6th and 7th, the students will come and speak something. But for 8th standard, we don't have y'all presenting, but y'all will be asked questions, and it will be a fabulous session. So best wishes to all of you. I wish to thank Vandrai and Srishti for being a part of this entire exercise that we are doing. I thank them from the bottom of my heart, because till we don't have collaborations, till we don't have people to collaborate, things don't go forward. Thank you to the entire volunteer team who are here, who are helping us with all the logistics. So once again, welcome all of you, and thank you, Divya, for this welcome speech that you've asked me to give. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your words and to speak to all our children today. Next, I would like to invite Sri Ravindra Dharia, our partner. He leads the Vandrai Parivar, which is established in the year 1986 by his father, Padma Vibhushan, Dr. Mohan Dharia, with a vision to combat the challenges of climate change through people's movement for enriching the ecosystem to create a clean, green, water, prosperous, and a socio-economically empowered India. For the last 3 decades, Vandrai has been working on in more than 250 villages across Maharashtra, Gujarat, Goa, and Dadra, Nagar Haveli, Karnataka on various issues related to sustainable rural development, with focused areas being watershed development, afforestation, health, hygiene, sanitation, education upliftment, and agriculture development. Recently, on World Water Day, on 22nd March 2023, Shri Dharia was honored to be invited by the UN for the water conference held at the UN USA headquarters His mission and vision to create a clean, green, and a prosperous India is commendable, and thus making our people's movement for India even stronger. Welcome, sir, and please inspire our students.
थँक्यू दिव्या. आदरणीय वंदनाताई, गुरुदासजी, प्रशांतजी, सर्व शिक्षक आणि बालमित्रांनो, मी मराठीतच बोलणार आहे, चालेल ना? तर सर्वप्रथम सगळ्या बालमित्रांना गुड मॉर्निंग. गुड. क्लायमेट चेंज आणि ग्लोबल वॉर्मिंग हे अतिशय आजच्या तारखेला महत्त्वाचे विषय ठरलेले आहेत. आणि वनराईच्या मार्फत आपण गेले 22-23 वर्ष इको क्लब मार्फत अनेक शाळांमध्ये, अनेक राज्यातील अनेक जिल्ह्यांमध्ये युवकांशी संवाद साधून त्यांना कुठल्या ना कुठल्या तरी ॲक्टिव्हिटीमध्ये कसं इन्व्हॉल्व करून घेता येईल ह्याच्यावरती आम्ही प्रयत्नशील आहोत. ह्याचं मूळ कारण असं आहे, असं आम्हाला वनराईमध्ये वाटतं की आपण फक्त सगळे ह्या कार्यक्रमाचे, पर्यावरणाचे विक्टम्स नाही आहोत, तर आपण सगळे ह्याच्यामध्ये एक खूप मोठा सहभाग देऊन आपण ह्याच्यामध्ये बदल घडवू शकतो. कारण का घरामध्ये जर का कुठलाही बदल घडवायचा असेल आणि जर का लहान मुलांनी सांगितलं बाबा हे करू नको, आई करू नको, तर बाबा आणि आई हे ऐकत असतात. तुम्हाला काय वाटतं, बरोबर आहे का? तुमचं ऐकतात का आई बाबा? ऐकून येते मला. व्हेरी गुड. तर हा जो बदल आहे, आता हा बदल कसा घडवून आणायचा क्लायमेट चेंजमध्ये, तर तुम्ही, म्हणून मी तुम्हाला म्हणतो तुम्ही सगळे कलाकार आहात. एक कलाकार अशा अर्थाने की तुम्ही खऱ्या अर्थाने घरामध्ये कुठली गोष्ट पाहिजे तेवढीच गोष्ट घेऊ शकता, तुम्ही कुठली गोष्ट रिसायकल करू शकता, प्लॅस्टिकचा वापर कमी कसा करू शकता, आणि ह्याच्याबद्दल जर का तुम्ही खरोखर विचार केलात तर मला वाटतं ग्लोबल वॉर्मिंग, क्लायमेट चेंज ह्या सगळ्या गोष्टींमध्ये आपण नक्कीच त्याचा खूप मोठ्या प्रमाणामध्ये सहभाग होऊ शकतो. आज दुर्दैवाने आपल्या एज्युकेशन सिस्टममध्ये पर्यावरणावरती एवढं विशेष भर दिला जात नाही. एक चॅप्टर असतो आपल्या पुस्तकामध्ये, ह्याच्या पलीकडं काही नाही. ती खरंच दुर्दैवाची गोष्ट आहे. परंतु प्रत्येकाच्या मनामध्ये ह्याची जागृती होणे, आणि म्हणूनच वनराईच्या मार्फत आम्ही सातत्याने साधारण 80,000 ते 1,00,000 मुलांपर्यंत आम्ही दरवर्षी पोचत असतो. मग कला असेल, एज्युकेशन असेल, आपलं ड्रॉइंग कॉम्पिटिशन असतील, एसे कॉम्पिटिशन असतील, वेगवेगळ्या माध्यमातून रॅलीज असतील, झाडं लावायचे कार्यक्रम असतील, त्याचं पर्यावरण कसं जतन करायचं शाळेमध्ये, तिथपासून ह्या सगळ्या गोष्टी आम्ही सातत्याने करत असतो. आपण आज इथं ह्या यूथ समिटमध्ये सर्वांनी भाग घेतलात म्हणून मी मनापासून आपल्या सर्वांचं अभिनंदन करतो. विजयी कोणी होईल की नाही ह्याच्यामध्ये पेक्षाही आपण सगळ्या लोकांचा सहभाग हेच मला खूप महत्त्वाचं वाटतं. मी आपल्याला सर्वांना माझ्या मनापासून शुभेच्छा देतो आणि माझे 2 शब्द थांबवतो. जय हिंद, जय महाराष्ट्र.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring words. I would also like to introduce our third partner, which is Srishti Foundation. Srishti is a socio-cultural foundation that attempts to follow, respect, and conserve nature's diversity in the universe, as well as the human society, through a variety of programs and activities in achieving national integration and international understanding since its inception in 1993. We have with us Shri Prashant Kotaria, who is the founder and of Srishti Foundation. He is the program coordinator at BEF, Development Research Foundation, former field director at Penn in India at the University of Pennsylvania, and former director at Pune region, Yashwantrao Chavan Maharashtra Open University. He is also a former consultant and field practice and communication at the Azim Premji University. Welcome, sir. And also we have with us Sri Sachin Naik, President, Srishti Foundation. But sir, of course, you can take over.
Thanks, Divya. I sincerely feel that whatever is going to be discussed today and declaration will be made will definitely resonate or reflect in the national policy. Because Pune has taken initiative in many, many fields, and probably this is also one of the most important fields in which Alert and other organizations and students from 80 schools are participating. And I'm sure that whatever we discuss today, whatever we come out with a solution, will become a part of the India's national policy on climate change. So I am sure that all of you are going to be leaders in this kind of challenge or this kind of campaign for climate change. All the best to all of you, and looking forward to listen to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Of course, apart from these three partners, we have several organizations who have always supported us throughout this entire journey of Pune Climate Warrior Program. Of course, just quickly, the ones who are here, I would like to acknowledge their presence. C, Sanskriti, Manisha from EcoExist, Ranjit Gadgir sir, we all are going to meet them soon. And Shri Gurdas Nulkar, who has been there with us as our mentor since last year, since the first season, to conceptualize and plan this entire program. So welcome again, all of you. Now, I will just explain how our day looks like today, because we all are eager, we don't know how it's going to be like. So I will just give you a little overview of today's day. We start the day today with the 6 standards. We are going to have, like ma'am said, we are going to have all of them on stage today. So you're going to see all your children here. So I hope you all have shared the YouTube link, the Facebook link to your parents, teachers. If not, quickly message them and please ask them to go live on our Pune Climate Warrior page. Till then, children of 6th, A, B, and C will be seated here. A in the first row, B in the second row, C in the third row. We will be having our host, which I'll be inviting soon, and 2 experts. So all the 3 sessions, the first 2 sessions, which is 6th standard, will go the first hour. Other students, you all have to make notes, okay? And because you all have to go back and tell everybody in school what you all have heard and learned in today's session. And then we'll start with part A, where the host would be, there will be 2 students who will be coming on stage one by one and will present their 3-minute program, 3-minute speech. And then after that, it'll be an open session where the host will be asking questions, not only to the children. Mind you, everybody, all the judges and the experts, they all have seen your videos, and they're going to be asking you all questions from your presentations itself. So be alert, answer your questions, and just have fun. Like ma'am said, don't stress out. आणि मराठीत बोला, हिंदीमध्ये बोला, इंग्लिशमध्ये बोला, फ्रेंच आणि जर्मन आणि त्याच्यामध्ये बोलू नका, कारण आम्हाला काही कळत नाही. म्हणून फक्त ह्या 3 भाषेमध्ये बोला, म्हणजे आम्हाला पण समजेल, आणि नसेल तर कोणतरी ट्रान्सलेट करायला लागेल. हां, बरं. सो आता while I would request all the 6 standards to come on stage, I will till then give the other instructions. So 6th standard, please stand up and start coming. The volunteers are going to help you all out. Don't panic, don't worry, just be quiet and move forward, okay, in one line. Please maintain a little discipline so that it will become easier for our volunteers to get you all on stage. Until then, I would just be talking to all of you and of course explaining the rest of the day as well. So while 6th standard go up, then after we have 1 hour of 6, we're going to have a little 10-minute break. Break in the sense, of course, quick water if anybody wants to drink, etc. Yes. We would request you all not to go out for too long, because there are going to be fun sessions here as well in those 10 minutes. Then after that, we start with the 7th standard. Again, 1 hour, 20 minutes each. 20 minutes topic A, 20 minutes topic B, and 20 minutes topic C. And then again 10 minutes break, and then we'll have the third host coming in. And then the 8th standard is going to be a little different, okay, a little exciting, but I'm not going to reveal much of the 8th standard presentation. Te tumhiच बघा. Aap dekho, or then y'all will enjoy the session because we are calling somebody very, very special. And most of y'all, I think, I'm sure parents, teachers, even children on holidays have heard this person a lot. So let us keep that a surprise, something to look forward to. Okay? So till then, I would like to invite, of course, the children on the stage. But till then, I will just introduce who's going to be talking to us today. The host for the first session for Standard 6, I would like to invite Ms. Pranjali Deshpande. Pranjali Deshpande is an architect and an urban planner. She's currently working as a sustainable mobility expert with the World Bank and the French Development Agency. She's also a member of the managing committee of Parisar. She holds 15 years of experience of working on projects in various Indian cities that aim to improve walking, cycling, and public transport. She has contributed as author to various mobility guidelines. So we have an expert here on this topic who is going to ask you all questions, who's going to facilitate the entire session. So so please feel free even to ask, even to pitch in. Children, sir, you all have to talk about it. And just raise your hands and just speak whatever you would like to talk about on this subject. After we have Ms. Pranjali Deshpande, we have a panel expert for this session, the first session, which is Ranjit Gadgir. Sri Ranjit Gadgir is an IIT graduate who returned to India after studying and working in the US to work in the NGO sector. As a program director of Parisar, he now promotes sustainable cities by advocating more walking, cycling, and public transport and less cars. For this, Parisar advocates for right policies, carries out studies and surveys, and when necessary, mobilizes public support for protecting the city's environment. So we welcome you, and we would like you to join us on stage. We have two experts here today to talk on this or to lend their thoughts on this very, very important subject. They are avid walkers, cyclists, and I'm sure so many of us must have seen them cycling through the busy roads of the Pune city. We are honored to have both of you as our panel and our guest speakers today. Also, this entire session of 6 Standard was judged by 3 different judges, and I would just like to acknowledge them till the students have been seated. We like to thank CE, and we would like to thank Rushal and team from Team Lokayat, who have been actively looking at all the different videos which you all have sent, and to come out with pointers and declarations. So, okay, I think we have all of you all seated. Before we start the session, we would just like to show everybody what we have seen, just a quick run through in a minute on all the little videos. big round of applause to all the students who have done extremely well. I would like to start the session. Of course, I would like to invite Pranjali. Please take over.
Yeah, thank you. Hi. So, hi kids. Hi. So before we start today's session, it is on air quality transportation. So on transportation, I have a question for all of you, all the kids. Okay, how many of you cycle or use public transport going to school? Just raise your hands. All of you. It's also for the audience. Okay. Now those who use it rarely can also raise the hand. At least going to the class, tuitions. Okay, great. Now only those who are willing to use motorbike going to the 10th standard like or whatever college should raise the hand. Wow, none of you. Only one? Maybe you won't have any space because roads are congested, so sorry. So that's what we can say that, the videos which we have seen, like all these kids have done tremendous research on what are today's situation, what are the mobility issues and what we need to do. And they know the reason and they know the solution that we don't have space for dry our cars and two-wheelers. Roads are already congested. The situation is degrading. Air quality is really bad. Pollution is a major issue in many parts of our city, and all those locations where these people are staying or kids are staying are in danger. त्यांच्या आरोग्याच्या समस्या जिथली एअर क्वालिटी खूप खराब झालेली आहे आपण विचारही नाही करू शकणार. And with the recently published report from 2022, it was just published last week, that report says that number of child fatalities on roads in Pune, so Pune stands second, Pune stands first after Mumbai. So many kids are being killed on road because of motor vehicles. So definitely we, all of us, and you are all like new generation, next generation, we need to do something. So I stop my introduction here because I would like to hear more from you. So with this, maybe, the first two speakers of today are Zubin Vahanavati. Can we have Zubin? Okay, hi. So Zubin will share his views on the research he has done.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Good morning, everyone. My name is Zubin Vahanvati of Class 6, Vidya Valley School. And today, I'll be sharing with you my thoughts on transport and its effects on pollution in the city of Pune. Transport plays an important role in the impurity of our atmosphere due to the large amounts of greenhouse gases that vehicles generate each day. If managed well, it could significantly contribute towards the cause of preventing global warming. Between 2016 and 2019 alone, the number of registered private vehicles in Pune has drastically increased by nearly 10% alongside the 9% growth of the population. Now, what is pollution and why is it so bad for us? There are two main types of emissions that cause pollution. The first of which being greenhouse gas emissions or GHG, such as carbon dioxide, nitrous oxide, and methane, which trap heat in the Earth's atmosphere, causing global warming, whose increasing effects we are encountering in our daily lives. The second type of emission is air pollutant emission, caused by carbon monoxide, nitrogen oxides, and other gases. Coarse particulate matter stems primarily from motor vehicles, dust, and construction. This and other gases cause many health diseases such as lung cancer, stroke, and type 2 diabetes. According to the emission inventory report of Pune, nearly 91% of pollution in Pune is due to vehicular emissions. The unfinished metro undergoing construction has caused has resulted in severe traffic congestion, leading to wastage of a lot of petrol or diesel. The footpaths built to increase a walking population in Pune have been reported by multiple civilians to be dusty, broken, or unfinished, and that they have many two-wheelers parking or driving on the footpaths during peak hours. The city, once called a cycle city, is now called a motorcycle city. I have conducted a survey regarding the use of public transport with 18 people residing in the Baner Pashan area of Pune to better understand the issues at hand. Several questions were asked regarding the use of public transport, frequency of usage, and the preferred mode of transport. In total, the majority of people use public transport between once a month and never. Most people also chose to travel relatively long distances with a travel time of around 20 to 40 minutes. I feel that having done this survey and research,
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks a lot, Zubin. Okay. Yeah. Now we'd like to invite Anvi Vani from the Orchid School. Yeah. Okay. Can you just switch on her PPT? Have you submitted to them? Yeah, okay. No, sorry. So maybe you can be just quick and share your thoughts.
Hi, good morning. Today I Anvi Vani of grade 6 from the Orchid School will be talking about the effect of transport on air quality. So all of us use transport on a daily basis. It's very crucial for us, whether it's going to school or office or on a larger scale for export and import. We use transport daily. But we use it for convenience and connectivity. But this convenience has to be paid at some point. And that point is coming now. It's not only paid through money, but it's also paid through the quality of the air we breathe. So, one of the main causative agents of this problem is greenhouse gas emissions. So, greenhouse gases are pollutants which are released into the atmosphere, which degrade the quality of our environment. So this is not only a big risk for the environment, but also for us. Throughout the years, I did a research and I found out that in the year 2000 there were 2 billion tons released per year, and in the year 2022 there were almost 4 billion tons. It has almost doubled in rate. This is not good, as it's not going to be sustainable anymore. So as it affects our health really badly, it could lead to severe diseases such as COPD, lung cancer, or cardiovascular issues and respiratory issues. But there's also a good side. If you use cycling and walking, it's a great way of fitness, and it's good for a metabolic rate. So now we know what happens because of greenhouse gases. But where are they emitted from? They're mainly emitted through vehicular density. Vehicular density is the amount of vehicles per unit length on a roadway. In India, the city with the highest vehicular density is Chennai, with over 2,000 vehicles per kilometer. As we live in Pune, Pune comes number 2. It has over 1,000 vehicles per kilometer, which is also not good, and it's quickly catching up to Chennai. Normally being first or in the first top 3 is a great thing, but being in this chart itself is not. So to better understand the situation, I decided to conduct 2 surveys. In the first survey I conducted, I asked my classmates which transport they used to come to school, and I found out that almost 75% of my classmates are using shared transport, like buses or vans, to come to school. And I'd like to say I'm really proud of my class for doing that. Although this is a great achievement, it could be greater, as no one is using cycling and walking as a mode of transport to come to school. So I think we can work on this in the future. So in the second survey I conducted, I found out that the government is providing infrastructure and facilities for the problems which are rising due to transport, but they aren't being used for their intended purpose.
Sorry. Thank you. Okay, great. Thanks, Anvi. Excellent. Next one is Vardhan Mahajan from Vikhe Patil School.
Good morning. So I'm Vardhan from Vikhe Patil School, and my subject is transport.
So transportation plays an important role in our life. It helps us to reach places that are far in very less time. But transportation is a boon and a curse for human. So transportation facilities like buses and metros are highly recommended for human well-being, as air pollution that is caused by the release of harmful gases by bikes and cars are increasing by day in Pune, and not only in Pune but the worldwide. Transportation has GHG emissions, which is carbon dioxide, nitrous oxide, vapor trails, cloud formation, and airplanes. The airplanes which we oftenly use for traveling interstates and inter-countries. I'm sorry to say, but airplanes are the highest contributor polluting mode of transport. Greenhouse gases emissions from transportation in US account to 29% in the last year. That is a big number. The government has made SDG targets that are related to transportation. The SDG target 11.2 is a target to provide access to sustainable, affordable, and safe transport system to everyone by 2030. Transportation also contributes to 7 SDG targets indirectly, that is agricultural productivity, air pollution, safe drinking water, sustainable cities, and reduction of food loss by climate change adaptation and climate change mitigation. Now the government has made many beautiful steps in regard to the SDG targets. So Pune has made a cycling path and a walking path different on footpaths. So the cycling path that is there is on the right side of the footpath and the walking path on the left. Another great example is the SB Road, Senyapati Bapat Road near my school. So over there, a man riding a cycle's picture is there on the left side of the road, and the whole lane has been painted red. So it denotes that we can use that part of the road or that lane for cycling. So this is how the government encourages people to cycle or use electric buses, vehicles while traveling short distances. To conclude, I will just quickly summarize. Transportation has also directed to global warming, and SDG target 11.2 along with 7 indirectly targets are there. Then the target focuses on the needs of vulnerable people.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. So I think summarizing these 3 points, which are quite interrelated. Anvi highlighted that vehicular density is the biggest issue, and we can see that we cannot keep on building roads, because as we are building roads, they are getting congested, because roads are like magnets. More roads you build, you will get more vehicles. And on the other hand, Vardhan mentioned that city is trying to build cycle tracks and footpaths so that people should walk, use cycle for going to the work. And at the same time, Zubin highlighted that footpaths are being encroached by vehicles. So I think we have problems, we also have solutions, but we also need to monitor and have strict enforcement so that we can reach to our goal. So this is not the end of this session of mobility, because I have some more questions for some interesting presentations that I have seen. But first of all of them have done excellent job, so we should give them a big round of applause. And doing research on such topics is very difficult. We being in the practice also find it very difficult. So it's great that you have done an excellent job. So I have a couple of questions. So question is for Nishigandha. Okay. Hi. Nishigandha is from BVRTSA school. In her presentation, she highlights a solution that no vehicle streets or zones in Pune or maybe Pimpri-Chinchwad.
Yeah.
So would you like to highlight any particular area or any particular street?
Yes, surely.
Okay, please.
So, my 5th suggestion, which was no private vehicles to be allowed in city centers. So what I mean in this point is that I don't want any private vehicles to be allowed in city centers, busy areas like Lakshmi Road, Shaniwar Wada, Sadashiv Pet, many examples. And I tell this point, I got to this suggestion due to my own experience. I'll share you that story. So we went for Diwali shopping to Lakshmi Road. And we went there, so we wanted to park our car. We took our private vehicle. We wanted to park our car. We took 1 hour for to search for the parking. And we wasted 1 hour in finding the parking. And it was so congested, and the roads were also so narrow over there. So that is why I came to this suggestion that no vehicles should be allowed in city centers and busy areas like Lakshmi Road, Shaniwar Wada, and I already named some of them. And whereas, the Pune Corporation should encourage people to use public transport, to walk or to cycle in such busy areas so that the traffic is also maintained. And of course, the air quality will also be more better if we, implement this suggestion.
Great.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. I think this is what city should do. And we are submitting all your suggestions to the municipal commissioner. So I hope, maybe in one more round, because I also have a couple of more questions. So Gratian, do we have Gratian here? Okay, hi. So you have done excellent research. I guess, he has gone through the comprehensive mobility plan, Pune bicycle plan, and many reports. So kudos to you and your teachers as well. So Gratian, would you like to mention what is your thought behind suggesting safe school zones? Because, in the beginning only I mentioned that kids are being killed by motor vehicles on roads. So we need safe school zones. So would you like to elaborate on that?
Can I have the question repeated?
Yeah, safe school zone. So you're talking about making areas around your school safe for kids to walk or cycle. So how can we make it? Or maybe you can share an example from your school and the vicinity of your school.
Why safe school zones are required is like for sometimes like walking to school and sometimes like cycling. Like there are sometimes zones needed, like safe zones that easily can use without any problem for traveling to school. So there's like no problem at all. And safe school zones are repeatedly
Maybe you can share near your Loyola school how the cycle tracks are being made very recently, and in your video you talk about it. Maybe you can share that. Okay, relax. Anyone wants to jump in and share thoughts on safe school zone? मराठीत बोललात तरी चालेल. तुला बोलायचंय? Okay. Anyone else? Okay, Nishikanta, you want to continue?
So, although this is not my suggestion, but safe zone in schools. So yeah, we are saying that we should promote walking and cycling. But then if there are no safe zones in the school, then this won't work out good, right? So we need safe zones so that the children who are actually walking and cycling, even they feel safe, and when they are walking and cycling, they reach safely to their school. And this is needed because we are promoting walking and cycling. So there should be safe zones as well in the school.
Your school is in which area?
My school is in near Balewadi Bane Road.
Balewadi Bane
Dasra
Road.
Chowk, near, over there,
Okay.
BVRDSC.
So maybe as a school representative, we should request the commissioner to make area around your school safe for kids to walk and
Yes,
cycle. And
surely.
there are techniques to, make some kind of temporary and some kind of permanent intervention. So definitely we can think about it more. Yeah, one more, okay. Yeah. Yeah, okay. But that's okay, you can, yeah. It will be fast, yeah.
I think that footpaths near school should be maintained. If we are promoting people to walk and cycle to school, if the area around school is clean, well maintained and easy to use, then looking at these facilities, many children will be encouraged to use these facilities.
Correct.
As they will know that it is safe and reliable.
Okay, excellent. He wants to add something. Maybe can you just pass on the mic?
स्कूल मुलांसाठी 3 मुद्दे ठेवत असतात की त्यांची सेफ्टी, त्यांना प्रमोट करणं सायकल चालवण्यासाठी आणि ते सायकल करताना किंवा वॉक करताना त्यात त्यांची सेफ्टी. म्हणजे आणि आपल्या स्कूलमध्ये सेफ झोन्स पाहिजेत. कारण जर का आपण शाळेला जाताना रस्त्यावर चालत असू, एका माणसाने आपल्या पाहिलं नाही धडकला तर. आणि म्हणजे एक चांगला रूट पाहिजे आपल्या स्कूलला. आणि दुसरा मुद्दा की जो पाथ आहे त्याच्यावर डस्टबिन्स पाहिजेत. म्हणजे जर का आपण केळं खाल्लं कोणीतरी, आपण असंच टाकू नाही शकत. सायकलवर तो स्लिप होऊ शकतो माणूस. त्यात मॉस रेनी सीझनमध्ये येतं, ते काढायला पाहिजे. म्हणजे अशा भरपूर गोष्टी आहेत ते आपण स्कूल करू शकते.
ओके.
So my school is near. My school is the Orchid School.
Orchid School.
So it's like I go by school bus, and there are like many cars like in Baner. So we come by school bus. We come to a junction, like a T point. So there are like many ways and many cars. So we get stuck there at least like 15 minutes, and we be late for school. So and you know, if we be late for school, the teacher scold us and all.
Okay, great. Excellent point. So, and I think, those who are sitting in cars are traffic jam, not people who are in the bus. Very quickly, and then I would like to summarize it. Just last one. And then we'll move to the summarizing it, and then we'll go to air quality.
Yes, ma'am. So I wanted to say that I'm in the Kalyani school. So our school is pretty far away, and thankfully the area around it is like fertile and green. But whenever we pass, there's no fence because there's like some gap and there's dirty muddy water below. So one time we saw like a biker was going and he almost fell in there. So like everyone got afraid. So we were like worried, and there were also some pipes which were like rolling on the road. So many people thought it was dangerous. So sometimes the traffic's also because many people use that road to go to other parts, and there's also a farm over there. So we built a bridge over there, and the school has also sent some people over there like to control the traffic and to help them. So now the area is pretty good, and they've expanded the area, so now the buses can easily move through.
Excellent. So maybe, safety of school buses, kids who are walking. So from all of your suggestions, I would quickly highlight couple of solutions from. So first of all, walk, bus, cycle. We need to remember these three things. So all of they are talking about increasing footpaths. Some of them are talking about wide footpaths, not just like a narrow strip of footpath, but wide footpaths. We need to have cycle tracks. We need to monitor them, enforce them so that there is no encroachment on the footpath and the cycle.
My greetings to everybody. I am Varnika Raghavendra Kulkarni from the Orchid School, Baner, Pune. I study in 6th standard.
So that coal is not being burnt in Pune. It's going to be burnt somewhere else. That electricity is going to come to Pune, and then we're going to drive our electric vehicle. But where the coal is being burnt, it's going to cause pollution, but more importantly, it's going to cause climate change. So electric vehicles can be a good solution for local air pollution issues, but depending on how that electricity is being made, it may or may not be such a great solution for climate change in general, which is why I'm very happy that many of you have talked about walking and cycling as great solutions, because they were not using any energy at all. Maybe we're eating a little more food and also being a little more healthy. So that's really important, because a lot of us now can't play as much. There are not as many open playgrounds. So walking and cycling is a great way to get to school, exercise, hang out with your friends, have fun, eat a banana, not throw the peel on the footpath, etc. And so you're right, we should say that we want, and this is really difficult. So we should ask ourselves, do I need that mobile phone? Do I want another mobile phone? Do I want a watch? Do I want more clothes? Do I want more shoes? And I'm sure this is an argument that you have with your parents every day. Like, mujhe aur chahiye, then parents are saying no. Now think about it in terms of the planet, think about it in terms of the climate change, and think about it in terms of air pollution. And if you yourself realize this, then I think no company in the world, no matter how much they want to try and make you buy stuff, will succeed, because you will say, I have enough, I don't need more than this. And I'll just end over there. Thank you.
Thank you. And, okay, she wants to say something. Introduce yourself. Vamika, okay.
Yes. So, I'm Varnika. I came in front of you earlier, but like Sir said, the consumption and production should be done well. So, I just wanted to share that in my presentation, the SDG target goal number 12. It is about the production and the consumption. So, we should ensure that we sustainably understand the production and the consumption done in the cities, and we should take care about like the pollution that is caused because of it. And one more thing that Sir said in about Diwali time period. So I had done the research in the Diwali holidays, and significantly I saw the change. So I was really shocked that how can it change so much. Like I chose 10 popular areas of Pune, and on the last day of Diwali, I searched the AQI. It was really high in all the main market areas and all the residential areas as well. And the same 10 areas, I checked it on 19th. And then I checked that all the residential areas and the main market areas, the AQI was less, and still the main market was a little more polluted because of the vehicles, but the residential areas were back to normal.
Okay, thanks. Thanks a lot. Yeah. We'll have to speed up. So we'll go to the next topic of waste, which is the third topic under this air category. And before we have first three, maybe quickly मुझे एक question पूछना है जोया या अमारा शेख जो अंजुमन ए फैजुल इस्लाम हाई स्कूल से है उसमें से कोई है? Yeah, okay. Then we'll have Pushkaraj. He wants to say something about electric buses. Okay? No, not now? Okay, fine. So, okay, you want to have... Okay, after Pushkaraj, we'll have her.
Good morning, everyone.
Yeah. To say something. Will do. Yep.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Pushkaraj Gokhale, and I study in KHS Baner, Dr. Kalmadi Shamaro High School, Baner. Okay, so like we discussed all about these solutions now, it is important to implement these solutions. So several organizations implement these solutions, and that's good. And then several people, like scientists, are trying to make new solutions for this. Like in YouTube, I saw a video in which a man developed a liquid tree, and it's known as O3. So it absorbs carbon dioxide and releases oxygen, like the function of a tree. So many organizations such as Bing, it's an app in which if you...
Yeah, okay, fine. Just be very quick. Okay, yeah. Just one sentence, so that's the request. We have to be really fast. So एक ही line में आप बताइएगा.
I've heard about a technology that is being practiced in Singapore, and they are making huge plants which purify air as well as fire the garbage. Like we burn the garbage and the carbon dioxide released in the air is trapped inside the plant and is compressed, whereas the fresh air is released in the environment, and this truly supports clean environment and green environment.
Okay, thank you. Can we have Anvita Gupta? Okay. Just quickly, 2 lines, just stand there only. Yep, that's fine. Yep. So
Hello.
We'll be faster. Yeah.
Okay. Hello, I'm Anvita Gupta from grade 6A, Bharatiya Vidyapeeth Rabindranath Tagore School of Excellence. I have chosen waste as my topic for my research project. I chose waste because I was curious to learn about the problem, the solutions, and effective waste management. This is not a typical issue. Every day, a huge amount of waste is accumulated, which can lead to huge acres of lands filled with various kinds of waste.
in Pune alone generates around 1,600 to 2,100 tons of solid waste every day. In India, a shocking amount of 1.15 lakh metric tons of waste is collected every single day. After this research, I felt that there are many solutions, but these solutions are not shown to everyone. So I researched more about it, and I found ways like waste management. So waste management is also of two types.
Quickly. Yeah.
Yes, there's effective waste management and there's poor waste management. If we have poor waste management, it can lead to climate change. So waste management should be done very nice.
Now I'm going to hold this mic and I'll just have a rapid fire round. Just 2 words. Yep. Yes.
You will be able to watch it, right? Because everybody's not getting a chance. 7th standard is waiting. The time is all started. So 1 sentence,
Yes.
that's all.
No, yeah, so rapid fire round, just 2 words, okay, on recommendations, okay? Who wants to raise hand? You have spoken about, okay. No, yes. Just 2 words. Just 2 words.
I wanted to speak on efficiency.
Okay, efficiency.
Yes.
Okay, about what?
Which means to make it more convenient for people.
Okay.
And improve efficiency means the usage of the car. For example, 75.
Okay, that's fine, yeah, efficiency. So she's talking about efficiency of various modes. Just
So
one word.
we should conserve the energy at home,
Great.
at work,
Energy
and everywhere.
Energy conservation at work and at home, okay? Just 1 word. You have already spoken, so sorry. Anyone, you want? Just.
Ma'am, like we can also give like flag indicators in like areas. So like we can give like a green flag for a like no not air polluted and a darker flag.
Great. Flag indicators in the area, various areas. Okay, have you spoken, Supriya? Just 1 word, just 1 recommendation.
So basically, it's like every time you buy a private vehicle in Singapore, they also have an eligibility certificate where you have to pay a lot more. And the bigger the vehicle, the more you have to pay. So it makes people use public transport instead of continuously
Excellent.
buying.
So make buying cars and private vehicles expensive. Great. Just 1.
Instead of using normal firecrackers, use green firecrackers.
Okay. Anyone else? Just 1.
Yeah, we should, the cars and buses that we drive, it's the largest road pollutant that is recorded.
So stop cars.
So we should stop using cars and we should use electric vehicles. And
Okay, excellent. Sarisha?
We should stop cars as we don't have petroleum. It's not unlimited.
Okay, just stop cars very quickly. Okay, someone from last round, yellow teacher, Millennium School. Just give her. But just 2 words, okay.
Native trees should be planted in India, so
Great,
it's better
native
for the
trees.
ecology.
This point is, very important.
I should recommend you all to use Safa app and its flag program.
Great. Suffer app, so please go to the Suffer app and see. I think great recommendation. So we are closing this round. Again, big round of applause to all of you, and so sorry for, elongated, delayed session. Are we done? Thank you so much. Thank you, Ranjit, for all your expert comments. It was wonderful to have you. Thanks, bye. That's fine. Your all things will be on YouTube, so everyone will be able to see it. Okay.
Everybody just be seated on stage. We'll quickly click a picture. I request the photographer to quickly come. Sir, if you all could just be on the stage. Ma'am, if you could quickly. Okay, with the experts. एक photographer तुम्ही पटकन एक photo काढू शकता. Okay, great. Smile, say 1 minute, huh? दिसतात सगळे?
Come with them. Yeah, come.
Thank you so much. Guys, please go in a row. Be seated back. Please go from there. Please. No. Nahi, itna buyers hai. Okay, please go. Please be seated at your places. Those who have missed speaking today, your videos are going to be uploaded on YouTube. So don't worry. We will be speaking to them. I request all of y'all till I request all of y'all to keep silence. 7 standards, please go quietly, come quietly on stage. And till then, the audience, please enjoy a short film, The Man, which is very interesting. Till the 7 standards come on board and we start The Man, I would like to felicitate the experts today, Pranjali and Ranjit ji. Please could you quickly come? I'll just quickly, small little felicitations, quick till the children come on stage.
The remaining.
Thank you so much. We are quickly playing the film. Children, please get seated and we will watch the film which is on the stage. The man. Please show the man. Okay. Okay. I think we are skipping the band for now. There's slight change. So we are just showing the film, which will show all the participants in 1 minute. Please play the film.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Vikram and I'm here to introduce you to the host of our second session. for Standard 7, that is Achal Sant. Achal is an entrepreneur, social worker and a teacher. As the co-founder of Pratima Foundation, she works on rural development in India. Her research and understanding on the UN SDGs and the Global Climate Action Movement is what makes her a strong ally of the Pune Climate Warriors. Thank you. Achal.
Thank you so much, Vikram. Good morning, all, and welcome to an amazing climate session that I hope we all have today, and the second session of this, where the topic is energy. In the interest of time, for all of us to end on time and also not to excessively bore the children, let's get this going as soon as possible. We have a lot of kids on stage, and the enthusiasm is very, very visible. I had a small activity I thought I'd do with you, but maybe let's do that for later after the talking is done. Let's dive right in and start with the kids. Kids, are you ready? Are you excited? That doesn't sound like excitement at all. Are you excited or are you nervous? Okay, I'm glad. Okay, so our topic for this segment is energy. And in utter nervousness of what I would say today, I decided to do the worst thing possible, which is Google jokes on energy. And there was a lot of stuff that came across, nothing that is worth sharing, unfortunately. But I will think of something, and I will be back with a semi-funny joke by the end of this session, I promise you. Diving right in, I think, let's start with the first speaker and move forward from there. The first segment we're talking about is tree cover and biodiversity. At any point, if I make a mistake, please correct me. We are starting off with tree cover and diversity. And I'm just going to announce the two participants who should be ready, which is Arya and Ahana. Who should be ready for this segment. At the same time, at this point, I'd like to invite our experts, Gurdas Nulkarji. And ma'am, please, if you can come on stage, I will give you a quick introduction of them. Dr. Nulkar is a professor and director at Center for Sustainable Development at Gokhale Institute of Politics and Economics. He's also a visiting professor at the IIT Kanpur. Dr. Nulkar was the Endeavour Executive Fellow, Government of Australia, hosted by Deakin University, Melbourne, and has been a strong pillar of the Pune Climate Warrior movement for the last 2 years. Sir, please, if you could take your seat. And Shailaja Tai, Srimati Shailaja Deshpande with us here today is the founder director of Jeevit Nadi Living River Foundation that's working on rivers with people for the last 10 years, bringing people to the river. She actively practices and advocates consume to conserve and talks about a sustainable lifestyle. If any of you have not gone on the river walk that Jeevit Nadi does, having been a person who's been on it, it's an amazing experience and something you must go for. Ma'am, please. We're extremely honored to have you both on stage and look forward to hearing from you and look forward to the kids interacting with you. So let's start with the first one, tree cover and biodiversity. Arya, if you are ready. Arya, you can start with your part of the presentation. I'm going to hand over my mic to you.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning, everyone. I'm Arya, and I'll be sharing my thoughts on tree cover and biodiversity. So I've been thinking a lot about something that's kind of bugging me lately, the whole biodiversity situation in India. You know, all the animals and plants that make our country so cool. Well, it's not doing too well, and we need to chat about it. So picture this. Our forests are shrinking, pollution is on the rise, and climate change is messing with everything. It's like a domino effect, and our wildlife is taking a hit. And it's not just about saving pandas and tigers, it's about keeping the whole natural balance intact. But hey, it's not all doom and gloom. We can be the change makers. First off, let's get clued up about why biodiversity matters. Let's take an example. It's like having a massive potluck where every dish brings something unique. It's the diversity that makes it awesome. The same goes for nature. Each species has its own role, and we can't afford to lose any. Now, how can we tackle this? Simple things, really. We need to be mindful of our daily choices. Using reusable items, cutting down on single-use plastics, conserving water by fixing leaks, and opting for eco-friendly products have a bigger impact than you think. Another easy peasy thing we can do is plant native plant species in our own backyard and minimize pesticide use. Let's also talk about where these animals and plants call home. Imagine if someone just barged into your room, messed it up, and expected you to be cool with it. Not cool, right? Well, same goes for animals. We've got to protect their homes, plant trees, keep rivers clean, and make sure that these places stay safe and sound. And it's not just on the government. We need to get everyone on board. Let's make saving our biodiversity a team effort. Speaking of team efforts, a few amazing organizations already have a head start. Foundations like the Pani Foundation, Srishti Foundation, Vanarai, and our very own Pune Climate Warriors are already doing their bit and spreading awareness about this global tragedy. These spectacular foundations together have already planted over 2.6 crore trees. Why shouldn't we be just like them? Let's be the generation that didn't just talk about saving the planet, but actually did something about it. Our biodiversity is like the VIP guest at our party. Let's make sure it stays and has a good time. This is Arya Jathar signing off. Thank you for your time.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Arya. That was lovely. I must also say that your video was very nice, a lot of fun to watch. So great. Quickly calling on then Ahana. Come, sweetheart.
Thank you. So, my name is Ahana of grade 7 from City Pride School, Nigri. My topic is tree cover and biodiversity under energy. So, imagine a world with no trees. It would be so dull and lifeless. We have to take actions from now to not let the dullness and lifelessness enter our lives. Firstly, trees are like our Earth's lungs. They take in carbon dioxide, a gas which is not at all good for us, and exhale oxygen, which is what we need. Now let's talk about biodiversity. Imagine a big team where everyone is having a special job to do. That exactly is biodiversity. But enough is enough. They also have the rights to live on this planet Earth. Why not start getting them back from the school level itself? This gave me an idea of conducting a survey in my school. After conducting the survey, I got to know that there are only 40 trees in my school premises, which is extremely low according to our landscape. The second place where biodiversity is found the most is the vegetable market. We conducted a survey there also. After the survey, we got to know that we all eat the common vegetables like onions, potatoes, tomatoes, and ladyfinger. But the uncommon vegetables like lal mat, tuvar lilwa, ghol, ambat suka, parval, etc. are untouched and get wasted every single day. You might not even know their names. So the vendors don't even buy them and the farmers don't grow them. This leads to biodiversity loss, which is extremely dangerous for our future. We have a fear that the biodiversity will go down and the crops will be extinct after some years. To remove this fear, we will spread awareness in the school and surrounding areas with the help of posters and regular reminders in the school assembly. We will label each plant for the students so they are eager to know them and grow them. We will grow plants in the classes and corridors to increase the tree cover in the school. It's not too late until each one plants one. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was great, Ahana. Thank you. If at this point I could please request Shailajata, if you could, because I know the amount of work you're doing in the space of biodiversity, if you could share a quick tidbit with the kids about one thing that they should definitely watch out for, especially in Pune.
Yeah, just now two speakers, of course, they spoke beautifully and wonderfully. They have understood the context well. But biodiversity, is it only about the trees? We have to think
Very
on
key
that
point.
part. Just give it a thought. Biodiversity is not only just creating a green cover. What is a biodiversity? If you're thinking about the bugs, bees, butterflies, what are their requirements if you want to create a biodiversity? And I think let them think over it and let them answer at a later stage.
And that's a very key question, I think, that is some food for thought for all the kids. Halima Sheikh, aap hai? Ji. Halima, we loved your video. आपने जो pledge बनाया था आपके video में was very interesting. मतलब मुझे तो बहुत मज़ा आया. I was watching it on my way back from Mumbai and it was my highlight for the day. तो एक क्विकली 10 सेकंड में अगर आप आपके प्लेज के कुछ लाइंस बता पाएँ बच्चों को कि आपने उस आपके वीडियो में क्या डाला था, that will be great.
मतलब
आपने जो वीडियो बनाया था उसमें आपके कुछ पॉइंट्स क्या थे, अगर आप सबके साथ शेयर कर पाएँ.
तो मैंने जो पढ़ा था वो पढ़.
बिल्कुल.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Halima Firoz Sheikh. My school name is Anjuman Fazul Islam Urdu Primary School. My topic is the tree cover and biodiversity. Biodiversity इसका मतलब है कि ज़मीन पर रहने वाले मुख्तलिफ जानदार जैसे जानवर, परिंदे, इंसान और पौधे वगैरह और जानदारों के रहने की जगह. ट्री दरख्त ना सिर्फ हमारे लिए बल्कि ज़मीन पर रहने वाले मुख्तलिफ जानदारों के लिए बहुत ही ज़्यादा अहम है. दरख्तों के बगैर ज़मीन पर ज़िंदगी बसर नहीं की जा सकती. इसीलिए हमें चाहिए कि हम दरख्तों को ना काटें बल्कि हर साल एक नया पौधा लगाएं. लेकिन आज हम इंसान ही हमारी रहाइश और आराइश के लिए दरख्तों को काट रहे हैं, जंगलात को काट रहे हैं. अगर हम इसी तरह दरख्तों को काटेंगे, जंगलात को काटेंगे तो एक दिन ये सब ख़त्म हो जाएगा, जिससे ना सिर्फ हमें बल्कि ज़मीन पर रहने वाले मुख्तलिफ जानदारों को नुकसान पहुँचेगा. इसीलिए हमें चाहिए कि हम दरख्त को ना काटें बल्कि हम हर साल एक नया पौधा लगाएं. आइए हम सब अहद करते हैं कि हम हर साल एक नया पौधा लगाएंगे. थैंक यू.
अमेजिंग. सो किड्स, क्या हम सब ये प्रॉमिस कर सकते हैं हर साल एक पौधा? It's the pledge of our climate warriors. One family, one tree every year. Is that something we can all pledge? Maybe after you've eaten something, you can pledge it. Can you pledge it or no? Yes. Thank you so much. Okay. We'll move on to the second segment very quickly. We've covered tree cover and biodiversity right now. We're moving on to domestic energy, which is the 7B segment. Preparing for that, I think, would be Shrikanya Girme and a deadly combo of Swara Joshi and Isha Bhinde together. Are you ready? Shrikanya, if you can come up. Yeah.
Ma'am had a question.
Uh-huh.
About the question. So, she asked what would be done for butterflies and bees. So, I know that all the animals here are adapted to Pune. So I think instead of planting trees that are not from here, maybe take small areas and plant dense trees of native to Maharashtra and Pune and call this a mini forest. This has already happened in Bangalore, in fact, and I think we should take this as a model because this could really help the biodiversity here.
That's an excellent point. Okay. Kids, can I come back to your questions? We have a lot of time to interact and chat. Okay, can we come back to it very quickly? I promise I will come back to it. Yeah? Okay, come on, Sweetheart.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shrikanya.
Namaste, my name is Shrikanya Girme. I'm currently studying in 7th grade from the Kalyani School, Pune. I was recently working for the report of PCW on domestic energy, so I found out a lot more interesting about domestic energy, which I never heard of, and the effects and advantages and disadvantages and etc. So, energy is a conserved quantity. It cannot be destroyed or it can be made. Of course, we all know that. And domestic energy is the energy that we use in our homes for cooking, heating, and to power devices. And domestic energy consumption, it accounts for a substantial proportion of greenhouse gas emissions. And in India, power is generated through conventional and renewable sources, but the major production of electricity is through coal, as one of the experts said here. And energy consumption ultimately impacts health by affecting indoor air quality. Domestic energy is mainly connected to climate change because some of the countries still rely on fossil fuels for electricity. When we burn fossil fuels, carbon dioxide is released into the atmosphere, which leads to climate change. The SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, also targets for domestic energy, and one of them calls for ensuring universal access to reliable, affordable, and substantial energy. The domestic energy consumption is the total amount of energy used in houses. The amount of energy used varies from house to house, and the household electricity consumption per capita in India amounted to 206.7 kilowatt hours in 2016. And many a times, almost day by day, new appliances are being added to the market. But the efficiency of these markets is not checked at the consumer end due to lack awareness and apathy towards of energy saving. As we all know, land, water, and fuel are limited to the environment, which has posed a challenge to the construction of new power plants. Now, let me recommend you some easy tips for saving energy at home. Saving energy at home isn't just good for the environment, but it also helps you lower energy bills. The light emitting DODs, the LEDs, are the most efficient bulbs we can use for home illumination, but the CFL, the compact fluorescent lamps, emit light by the ionization of water vapors. The BLDC fans also are the most efficient fans than the traditional ones because they use less power than the traditional ones because they power the same produce of airflow. We should always set our thermostat as low as it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rikanya. If you could pass on the mic to Swara and Isha. Oh, okay. Come on. If you could please correct me with your names when you announce and introduce yourselves. Do you want 2 mics?
Yes.
All yours.
Good morning to everyone. My name is Risa Shetar.
And my name is Swara Zoshi.
We're from the Orchid School, and today we're presenting on domestic energy. Now, what is domestic energy? Domestic energy is energy used in our homes for lighting, heating, cooking, and powering devices.
How we went about our survey was that in our school campus, every Monday, we would survey all the classrooms to check if the lights and fans were left on when not in use. And the class who would conserve energy would get a badge as Energy Saver class from us. Then we surveyed 2 homes from 5 societies for the research regarding home. With the help of our admin and our class teacher, we calculated the daily usage and ways to conserve it.
At school, we have 6 floors in our school, but for this survey, we considered 5. We were not exactly happy to see that 70% of the classrooms had kept the lights and fans on when they were unnecessary. This happened in 2 ways. 1, the lights and fans were kept on when you could use natural light. And 2, which everybody knows, the lights and fans were on when there was nobody in the class. We tried to solve this by suggesting to the classrooms to use natural light and switching off the fans and lights.
We also made one person the light and fan monitor who would ensure that the lights and fans are switched off whenever we leave the classroom. About home, we surveyed about 10 homes and got to know that 60% of the items were energy efficient. This is a result that we are moving to a much more energy efficient India. Then we calculated the daily power usage of the home, and the more number of lights they had, the more electricity bill there was. About our suggestions.
Yes. So we have a few suggestions for district level, which is 1, to use LED lights, 2, using the power efficient appliances, which have the Energy Star label, next using traveling with battery operated vehicles, and installing solar panels.
You must be wondering, why battery-operated vehicles? They waste energy, right? Pune recently launched the electrical buses, in which 10 or 15 rupees can take you a very long distance. That is a very good initiative, and we must try to use that bus whenever possible.
A few ways that me, you, all of us could save electricity are:
well, go cycling to school,
air drying clothes,
and use natural light while studying.
Yes. Thank you so much. A few steps can go a long way. And if we work together, we will make a change.
In Marathi, जसं म्हणतात, थेंबे थेंबे तळे साचे, आपण सगळे एकत्र खूप मोठा बदल घडवू शकतो. धन्यवाद.
Thank you.
Fab. Thank you both. Let's take, ma'am, please. Please.
चालू आहे का? Two questions for all the students. I'm going to put all these questions throughout the session, and I feel that you should be able to answer.
That'll be perfect.
One, domestic energy, when you spoke about all of you so far, have you considered other type of energy which is used in domestic? Survey is okay. I'm just throwing the question to you. What is the other source of energy? Yes. Yes. Do you eat every day? What is that energy? Isn't it a part of energy?
Yes. Yeah, you get that energy from the food that you eat. So you can do various tasks.
How do
from
you
that.
cook it?
You cook it with fuels like LPG.
So, isn't it a energy?
Yeah.
So that's what I'm trying to bring you, because the first Sukanya mentioned about the indoor pollution.
Right.
So think about how the LEDs are going to have impact on your domestic and the cylinders or the liquid gas, which is the inert gas, which gets indoor pollution, how it is going to happen. So these are the questions I'm throwing it to you.
Ma'am, as you asked that which energy we use at eating, cooking,
Yes.
that energy is called as solar energy, which we use at cooking.
Yes. But what about the cylinders? Gas cylinders?
No, that are not energy.
It's not energy.
No.
Oh, okay.
It produces energy.
It produces energy. It is not energy. Very good. Excellent.
Okay, excellent. Very nice. Is there a student here from PES? Because I saw the list. PES school? Okay. I was very interested to hear from one of the PES students. But sure, we can quickly move on from there. Let's go on to our third segment. PES? Oh, hi Vaya. तुम्ही जो प्रेझेंटेशन केला त्याच्यावर इफ यू कॅन शेअर 2 पॉईंट्स 2 की पॉईंट्स ह्या टॉपिकवर जे तुम्ही शेअर केलं होतं प्रेझेंटेशनमध्ये तुमच्या.
तर आम्ही ऊर्जा आणि ऊर्जेचे प्रकार आणि त्या प्रकारांमध्ये कोणकोणते ऊर्जेचे स्रोत येतात ते सांगितलं होतं.
ओके.
तर
तुम्ही 10 प्रकार सांगितले होते ना?
नाही 10 नव्हते सांगितले.
जास्त होते?
3-4
होते. बरं, त्याच्यातले 2 सांगशील?
हो. तर ऊर्जा म्हणजे कार्य करण्याची क्षमता. तर ऊर्जेच्या स्रोतांचे 2 मुख्य प्रकार पडतात. पहिला प्रकार म्हणजे पारंपरिक ऊर्जा स्रोत आणि दुसरा प्रकार म्हणजे अपारंपरिक ऊर्जा स्रोत. तर पारंपरिक ऊर्जा स्रोतांमध्ये काय येतं तर लाकूड, कोळसा, पेट्रोल, डिझेल यांसारखं येतं. आणि तर या इंधनांचे साठे आज संपत चालले आहेत, म्हणून आपण अपारंपरिक ऊर्जा स्रोतांकडे आज वळलो आहोत. तर अपारंपरिक ऊर्जा स्रोत म्हणजे काय तर सौर ऊर्जा, पवन ऊर्जा, जलविद्युत ऊर्जा, अणुऊर्जा यांसारख्या ऊर्जा. तर सौर ऊर्जा म्हणजे काय तर सूर्याच्या उष्णतेपासून मिळणारी ऊर्जा. पृथ्वीवर सूर्य हा पृथ्वीचा मुख्य स्रोत आहे. सौर ऊर्जा साठवून त्याचे थर्मल किंवा विद्युत ऊर्जेत रूपांतर केले जाते. सौर ऊर्जा प्रणाली हा ऊर्जा निर्मितीचा अतिशय सोपा, स्वस्त आणि सरळ असा मार्ग आहे. सौर ऊर्जा प्रणालीचा वापर करून आपण कमीत कमी वेळेत अधिक क्षमतेने ऊर्जा निर्मिती करू शकतो. सर्वात प्रगत आणि बलाढ्य म्हणून ओळखला जाणारा अमेरिका हा देश भारतात सगळ्यात जास्त ऊर्जा निर्मिती करतोय. तर अमेरिकेकडे सौर ऊर्जा प्रणालीसाठी महागडे आणि उत्तम दर्जाचे संसाधने देखील उपलब्ध आहेत. आज लोक मोठ्या प्रमाणात वस्तींमध्ये म्हणा किंवा सोसायट्यांमध्ये म्हणा सौर पॅनल वापरून सौर ऊर्जा निर्मिती करत आहेत. तर सौर ऊर्जा हा कधीही न संपणारा असा ऊर्जा स्रोत आहे. सौर ऊर्जेनंतर पवन ऊर्जा. तर भूपृष्ठावरील प्रवाहित हवेपासून पवन ऊर्जा निर्माण केली जाते. पवन ऊर्जा निर्मितीसाठी पवनचक्कीचा वापर केला जातो. यांतील वायूंमुळे गतिशील ऊर्जा यांत्रिक ऊर्जेमध्ये रूपांतरित होते. जर्मनी, अमेरिकेतील संयुक्त संस्थाने, स्पेन, भारत, डेन्मार्क, चीन यांसारख्या देशांमध्ये पवन ऊर्जेपासून विद्युत ऊर्जा निर्मिती केली जाते. भारतातही तमिळनाडू, गुजरात, महाराष्ट्र, कर्नाटक, राजस्थान, मध्य प्रदेश, केरळ, पश्चिम बंगाल इत्यादी राज्यांमध्ये पवन ऊर्जा निर्मिती केली जाते. भारतात 1985 मध्ये गुजरातमधील केंद्र उभारण्यात आले आहे. हे आशिया खंडातील पहिले पवन ऊर्जा केंद्र होते. आजच्या काळामध्ये पाण्यापासून सुद्धा ऊर्जा निर्मिती केली जाते, तर तिला जलविद्युत ऊर्जा निर्मिती असे म्हणतात. धरणाच्या भिंतीवरून टर्बाईनवरून पाणी सोडून ती फिरवली जातात आणि त्यातून निर्माण होणाऱ्या गतीज ऊर्जेचे जलविद्युत ऊर्जेमध्ये रूपांतर केले जाते. तर विद्युत तारा वापरून ही जलविद्युत ऊर्जा आपल्या घरापर्यंत पोहोचवली जाते. अणुऊर्जा प्रकल्प.
थँक्यू. What color is a wind turbine? This is my bad joke. It's blue, B-L-E-W. To all the old people in the audience who have laughed, thank you for keeping up with my confidence for the day. Because the kids definitely didn't find it funny. Okay, moving on to the third segment, and I think the last segment of this afternoon, or this section of energy, which is water. So 7C kids, I think the ones who need to be prepared to speak are Anaya Surana, if I've got that right, okay, and Vivan Bhatia. Okay, great. So Anaya, if you can come on stage, Anaya. And we're now going to talk about water. I think this is a key one for us to remember. Go for it.
Greetings to all. I am Anaya Surana, a student of class 7th from City Pride School, Nigri. And my project is the survey of all the residential and non-residential premises to calculate water consumption patterns and design targeted water conservation strategies to reduce water wastage. Water is the basic necessity of life. We need it every day for various tasks. But now, with industrialization, climate change, and a rapid rise in the human population, there has been tremendous and unchecked pressure on this precious resource. To the extent like the availability of fresh, palatable water is now becoming a scarcity. And millions of people, especially in the remote villages, are desperate for each drop of water. Given this scenario, various efforts are being undertaken at the international, national, and local level to help understand water usage patterns and optimize the use of our precious resource. The primary aim of my research project is to systematically survey the water usage patterns in representative residential and non-residential premises within the PCMC area. I hypothesize that the preliminary data from my research will help us all understand the water usage patterns at the local level and help educate masses and raise awareness among people on potential ways to conserve water. For this, I conducted a systematic survey to assess the approximate water usage in my housing society, that is Queenstown Society, as well as in my own school, City Pride School, Nigri. I compared these numbers with the national norm and the recent PCMC-wide government survey covering the entire area. So, based on my survey, the total water usage of per person per day in my own society is 766 liters, which is significantly higher than the national norm of 135 liters. Of note, the wide PCMC government survey reported that approximately 28% of all the users used more than 500 liters of water per day, which is a huge quantity. Using similar approaches, we evaluated the water usage pattern in our own school and identified areas to optimize the use of water. Based on these preliminary insights, we made targeted recommendations to bring down the water usage of our school within the range of the national norms. Projects like rainwater harvesting system in places having more than 20 flats, by putting water meters, aerators on tap, by using drip irrigation system, and by putting insulation, we can help reduce the water usage. Similar projects can be implemented within other major complex societies to reduce the water usage so that each society can design targeted... Thank you.
Thank you. Hello. Thank you so much, Anaya. If you can pass on the mic to Vivan. We're looking forward to hearing from you. After this, there's a lot of time we have for questions and interaction. Don't worry.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Vivan Bhatia. I'm from the Orchid School. And today I'm going to be presenting my research on the topic water, specifically in Pune. Let's first understand from where Pune gets its water. The main source of water, of domestic water in Pune, is the Khadakwasla Dam, which, as the name suggests, is located in Khadakwasla. Its storage capacity is supplemented by many other dams at Panchet, Warisgaon, and Temghar. Now, let's talk about the distribution of water in Pune, which unfortunately is quite uneven, as some places get barely 100 liters per capita per day, whereas others get as much as 6 times more, leading to scarcity in some places and excess in some. All of us know that the groundwater level is quickly depleting all over the world. However, Pune saw a ray of hope as the SPPU Geology Department, which is the Savitribai Phule Pune University Geology Department, tried out something, and the study showed a 15 to 30 centimeter increase in groundwater levels in many water-stressed villages across Pune. Now, I'd like to share a few Pune water-related facts with all of you. Can you imagine 3 to 5% of the total capacity of water being lost due to evaporation? Also, 20 to 30% of water is wasted through leakages and other mediums. If the current growth rate continues, Pune's requirements of water may approach 708 million cubic meters in just a decade. Moving on to a very important thing, which is the quality of water in Pune. There are a lot of parameters used to assess the quality of water, out of which one is the dissolved oxygen level, or DO level. As per the Central Pollution Control Board, or CPCB, the DO level of the water in Pune is below expected standards. Not only that, they have found out that there are 55 polluted rivers in Pune, in Maharashtra, which is the most in the whole country of India. Has it ever happened with you that you turn on the tap in your house and there's no water coming out? Well, such a situation is knocking at our door. As on 11th December 2023, the Khadakwasla Dam project reported only 24,000 million cubic feet left in the reserve, which is an alarmingly less amount, out of which roughly 12 TMC is to be allocated for drinking purposes. This is estimated to sustain the city of Pune for roughly 6 months up until May this year. Now,
Thank you so much, Ivan. Thank you, Swirat. I want to ask one question and then we'll open it up to all of you. And I think that's of Dr. Nulkar. If you can, I think the kids have talked about water and they've shared a lot of statistics. But we have discussed previously about the active practices we all need to follow when it comes to water conservation. And if you could share a few of those with all of us today and share some of your insights on that, that would be great.
Hello. Thanks for asking this question. Just a couple of things, I think. One of the most important things is, what is your biggest consumption of water? What do you think is your biggest consumption of water in your house? Washrooms? Bathing? It's food, right? You don't see it. It's not direct consumption. You're not taking water out of the tap and putting it into your food, but the amount of water which is needed to grow your food is enormous, and we don't even account for it, right? Open your refrigerator, and the amount of water which is in your refrigerator embodied in all the products that you have will fill up an Olympic-sized swimming pool. It's not a refrigerator you have in your house, it's a swimming pool which you have in your house. So the best way to reduce your water consumption is to reduce the consumption of goods, because everything you eat, you wear, you travel consumes water. It's not just the direct water. That's one thing. Second is, we get about 150 liters water per head per day. How much do you consume? We consume less than about 5 to 8 liters. Rest of the water we put back into the river, but this time we add chemicals to it. We add toothpaste, we add shampoo, detergent, soap, all of these things, and we put it back into the river. So reducing the chemical usage in your house will also improve the water quality downstream. Thanks.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. I'm going to ask one student to speak, and then we will definitely, I promise, go on to questions. Unnati Bansode. Unnati made a couple of very interesting points in her speech and in her presentation. तिने ग्राउंड वॉटरमध्ये पॉयझनस आणि आर्सेनिकचा मेन्शन केला होता आणि दॅट्स व्हेरी इंटरेस्टिंग बिकॉज इट्स अ व्हेरी डिफरंट व्ह्यू तर इफ यू कॅन शेअर युअर एंटायर प्रेझेंटेशन यू हॅव 3 minutes. बोल बाळ.
नमस्कार, माझे नाव उन्नती कानिफनाथ बनसोडे. माझ्या शाळेचे नाव कै चंद्रकांत दांगट पाटील प्राथमिक विद्यालय वडगाव बुद्रुक पुणे 41. मी इयत्ता 7वीमध्ये शिकते. पुणे हवामान योद्धा अंतर्गत आम्हाला जो प्रकल्प मिळाला होता पाणी या विषयावर आमच्या गटातील विद्यार्थ्यांनी अभ्यास केला व तो विषय समजून घेतला. तर त्याच मुद्द्याचे सादरीकरण मी इथे करत आहे. पाणी हे खूप महत्त्वाचे आहे. पाण्याशिवाय या पृथ्वी तलावर मानवाचे अस्तित्व असूच शकत नाही. 22 मार्च हा दिन आपण जागतिक जलदिन म्हणून साजरा करतो, कारण लोकांना त्या पाण्याचे महत्त्व कळावे आणि जागरूकता निर्माण व्हावी. भारताने चीनला लोकसंख्येमध्ये मागे टाकले आहे. भारताची लोकसंख्या 130 कोटी असून जनावरांची संख्या 500 कोटी आहे. तर या सर्वांना किती पाणी लागत असेल याचा विचार आपण करायला हवा. भारताच्या प्यायची पाण्याची व्यवस्था ही त्या नद्या, तलाव व भूगर्भातील पाण्यावर अवलंबून आहे. म्हणून आपण पाणी हे काटकसरीने वापरले पाहिजे. पृथ्वी तलावर 29% जमीन आणि 71% पाणी आहे. त्यापैकी 0.3% पाणी हे आपल्याला फक्त पिण्यायोग्य आहे. पाण्याची सद्यस्थिती. आजकाल 50% जास्त लोकांना पिण्याचे पाणी उपलब्ध नाही. त्यामुळे दरवर्षी सुमारे 2 लाख लोकांचा मृत्यू होतो. पाण्याचा पुनर्वापर करण्यातही भारताचा अभाव आहे. सध्याच्या आव्हानामध्ये दुष्काळ, वाढती समुद्र पातळी यासारख्या होणाऱ्या हवामान बदलामुळे भारतातील कुटुंबांना अनेक संकटांना सामोरे जावे लागत आहेत. तसेच लहान मुलांना व वृद्ध लोकांना त्वचेचे व पोटाचे आजार होत आहेत. त्यानंतर आमच्या गटातील विद्यार्थ्यांनी पुणे शहराला कोणत्या धरणापासून पाणी पुरवठा होतो हे शोधले. त्यातून आम्हाला असे लक्षात आले की खडकवासला धरण हे पुणे शहराच्या मध्यापासून 21 किलोमीटर अंतरावर आहे. 21 किलोमीटर अंतरावर मुठा नदीवर आहे. खडकवासला धरण हे पुणे शहराचे पाण्याचा मुख्य स्रोत आहे. तसेच पानशेत, वरसगाव, टेमघर या धरणापासून देखील पुण्याला पाणी पुरवठा होतो. मी आत्ता सांगितलेल्या धरणांची माहिती आमच्या वर्गातील मुलांनी मिळवली व पुण्याला कोणकोणत्या धरणापासून पाणी पुरवठा होतो हे मिळवले. त्यानंतर आमच्या गटातील विद्यार्थ्यांनी काही कात्रणे जमवली. त्यावरून आम्हाला असे समजले की भूजल प्रदूषण ही बाब अतिशय चिंताजनक असून तातडीने उपाय न केल्यास त्याचा परिणाम तेथील नागरिकांवर होऊ शकतो. एका कात्रणावरून आम्हाला असे समजले की भूजल प्रदूषणामध्ये आर्सेनिक हा घटक सर्वाधिक विषारी मानला जातो. एका पाहणीनुसार भारतातील पाणीसाठ्यांपैकी 23% साठ्यांमध्ये क्षारांचे प्रमाण जास्त आहे, तर 37% साठ्यांमध्ये आर्सेनिकचे प्रमाण जास्त असल्याचे आढळले. थँक्यू.
Thank you so much. Thank you. At this point, I think I can, if maybe you can come help me. Okay. We have a good 12 minutes to go as per my watch. So I'm going to break the next segment into 3 parts because there are 3 sections that we've spoken of, about 2 minutes each. So let's start with the first one, which is trees and biodiversity. The ones with the hands up, if you have something you want to add, ask, question related to trees and biodiversity first, and then we'll go to the next point. Trees and biodiversity? The butterflies one. Ma'am, you have a lot of butterflies today. Mike.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Vidanshi Jain, and I'm from St. Arnold Central School. Ma'am asked a question that how can we preserve butterflies, insects, and other small living beings like that. So I would like to say that butterflies and insects are super important in this biodiversity project. Actually, everybody here are from 6th, 7th, 8th and adults, so they know what pollination and seed disbursement is.
Let's hope.
So, so actually butterflies and insects help in pollination. They transfer seeds from here to there, which helps in growth of fruits and vegetables. So indirectly we get our food from butterflies and insects with their help. So I would request you all to conserve them by planting more flowering plants.
Oh, that's fab.
Because then it will introduce our new growth production, and experts can breed them actually. Because it's not like easy for a normal person to breed a bee, honey bee. It can sting. So experts can breed them, and which will help in the production. So I would like to say end my answer with this.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. There is a person out of our current students who have submitted a video, and they've mentioned a term there called collective action, which is how we can all work together in the interest of all of us working together and getting the most voices today. I'd request all the students to keep their lines or their answers to one line, please. Okay, so try to figure out how you can get the most out of a single line. Something else on trees and biodiversity?
Hello everyone, I am Aditya Raj Dare from Magarpatta City School. I want to share a few points on biodiversity. Yes, ma'am. What is biodiversity? Biodiversity is all different lives in one area, a variety of animals, plants, fungi, and even microorganisms like bacteria that make up our natural world. 4 spheres of biodiversity. First, lithosphere, meaning land. Second, hydrosphere, meaning water. Third, atmosphere, meaning air. And fourth, biosphere, meaning living things. For biodiversity in Pune, for many residents, it is hard to believe that urban spaces support wildlife and are quite rich in biodiversity. Many large cities in India have reported very rich biodiversity, and Pune is no exception. Thank you.
Thank you so much. If you can pass the mic. Okay, actually, let's pause here. Also, let me say that we're all here for lunch, and you can meet us all and talk to us all and share your points with us. We look forward to it. Sitvirat, if we can move on to water. Okay, can you pass the mic behind, and then we'll take somebody for water there. Maybe you. One-liners, please.
Good morning. Come on, I'm expecting a good morning. Louder, louder. Yeah, exactly. Everybody had gone off to sleep, right? So today I'm Mohisha from Hutchins High School will be discussing little about the topic water. So according to my calculations, we waste almost 3 to 4 liters of water every day, you know, and that can be consumed by males and females, 1 male and 1 female, you know. According to WHO, females drink about 1.5 liter of water and males consume about 2.5 liter of water, and it includes all the other fluids, you know. How important that is. And I had conducted a campaign in my school which is 1% makes a difference, you know. 1% makes a huge difference, you know. How? Because, you know, आजकल सब लोग एक एक ग्लास पानी पीते हैं और आधा जो थोड़ा सा पानी बचता है उसको फेंक देते हैं. क्यों? बिकॉज दे आर वेरी लेजी. दे थिंक अरे एक आदमी से क्या होगा. बट यू नो दैट one person, each person seated in this auditorium, including these kids here, if they are wasting only 1 drop of water, it is collecting up to 1 mug of water. You know, that is a big deal. You can wash 1 handkerchief in that. And that is a big thing, you know.
Thank you. That's
so
a fabulous
I'd like to repeat, I really want you guys to repeat one slogan which I have created. I'd really appreciate that. So everybody who is going to save water today, please repeat after me. I am a warrior. A warrior whose determination is very strong. Because Earth is at the verge of being gone.
Let's save that 1% and save this earth from this horrid storm. Yes, and I hope everybody here is going to save even one drop of water. Thank you. That's all with my point.
Thank you so much, Sirat. Thank you. We'll take you for water and then we'll move on to the third one.
So, hi, I'm a 7th standard student Sharanya. In my class, there is one science teacher and she asked me that should we conserve water and why. So, if she's saying now, so I have that question's answer that we all know that is essential to our daily life. The water is very essential. So conserving water saves energy, and for that energy, it needed to filter, heat and pump the water to your houses. And so the water reducing also reduces your carbon footprint. So I have 5 ways that we can conserve the water.
Okay. 5 ways in 10 seconds or less? Yes. Okay.
So use tap when water instead of bottled water, as bottled water has mild amount of toxins as in plastic. Second is that you can save 18 liters of water by just closing the tap off while brushing the teeth.
Okay.
Because when the water is going down, it is not required.
Right.
Third is that that using a bucket while washing car saves 19 liters of water per minute. And while bathing also, if we put on the shower, the water will just waste off of our body. And just using a bucket, we can save a lot of water.
Okay.
And the last 5th one is collect the water you use while washing fruits and vegetables. Use it to water the plants and anything.
Excellent. Very good. Our third segment, which was on domestic energy now. And we have 3 minutes to go, out of which I need 30 seconds for another well-devised joke. So that there first, please. And then we'll come this side. We'll come to you, Svirat.
So I would like to talk about my experience.
Hang on for the mic for 1 second. Okay.
So I'll talk about my short experience when I'd gone on a field trip in my school, where a short few selected students
Which school are you from?
to the Bombay Sappers camp.
Okay.
So there is almost no wastage of the waste that is produced. So there is proper segregation: dry waste and wet waste. Wet waste is converted to manure with a special insect called the black soldier fly. So its larvae, it converts that whole wet waste into manure, which is very useful for all of us. And the dry waste is converted into small pellets, which can be used for burning. Even dry waste such as plastic, which produce a lot of smoke, they can be converted to pellets, which are more environment friendly. And the larvae of the black soldier fly that I talk about, they are very nutritious. And even though it may sound weird, I have eaten them. If you microwave them and you eat them, so the protein
We'll take your word for it.
Yeah. So if you the protein powders that you eat, sometimes they can have these larvae. So they are really healthy actually.
Okay.
I'd like to end my answer with this.
On that tip. Thank you so much. The young gentleman here.
Hello everyone, good morning. I am Advait Joshi and I have one question to ask you. Who all knows Gandhiji? Please raise your hands if you know Gandhiji.
Maybe.
Now, do you know the solar Gandhiji of India? His name is Chetan Singh Solanki. So I had the opportunity to visit this great man of India this week. Thanks to our teacher and our school. He is a person who inspires people to work towards solar energy, and he himself is takes great part in it. He travels in a bus. His entire life, he's going to travel in a bus for 10 full years without ever visiting home. So when I visited him, he presented a great point that touched my heart. We need to change the trends that we see today. For example, like we show off to our friends that I have 4 ACs, 5 ACs in my house. So now we need to change that. We need to say that I don't have any ACs. I work towards the environment and I don't use ACs at all. So I would like to end my talk with a short but funny poem. Using coal and fuel is easy. Let's not be lazy and use solar energy.
Thank you so much. Kids, the rest of you we're going to take either a little later or then we'll chat over the break. You can continue and take your seat. On that note of domestic energy, we're talking a lot about being champions of change today. And I'm going to add a small word to that, which is what I read right now online, which is being a sustainability ninja. Why sustainability ninja? Because you will leave no footprints behind. I think that there might be something to that one. On that note, I think before we do the switch over into the next section, if I could request everybody to stand. Just stand, and then we'll take it from there. Those familiar? Okay. Fall, but fall in peace. Okay. So just a quick wake up, I think, might help us all. And since we've been speaking of water, let's do it with a rainstorm. Does that make sense? Rainstorm. It's now London in Pune, and it rains here 9 months a year, which is a great reflection on where we are at a climate level. So we're now going to take you through what a rainstorm looks, feels, and sounds like. It usually starts with a slight drizzle. So what would a drizzle sound like? If you can do that, everybody. Slight drizzle. Slight drizzle. Okay. And then it goes into a slightly stronger drizzle. Yeah? This is now drizzling. This is like in the city. You can barely hear it. You can see drops on your car, right? And now there is rain. Slight pitter-patter. It's increasing. There's a storm. All the way in Lonavala. Loud storm. And it's back to a drizzle. It's back to a drizzle. And then sometimes it quiets back down. And then just when you're ready to go to school in freshly ironed uniform, unfortunately wearing white and louder, and then it settles down. Thank you all. Please take your seat. Get it quickly. Okay. We're going to start the switchover now. And while we do that, I'm doing a small demonstration. It's not a unique one. It's something that I've watched online in a very unique TEDx. Please go look it up. But I'm going to start this demonstration. At the same time, I think the kids can start moving off stage. Oh, picture. 1 second. Picture.
Picture.
Okay. Can you keep this up front, maybe?
No, not front.
Oh, picture. Okay, on the side. Let's take a quick picture, and then we'll move on to my sort of demonstration.
No, even you have to be with the experts. Sir, तुम्ही दोघे पण.
Sir, ma'am. Is that okay? Smile, kids. Not at us, there. Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, sir. We just quickly like to share a small token with you, ma'am and sir. And with that, the kids who are seated on the ground, only the kids who are seated on the ground, if you could stand, please. And I think you make your way down from there, from the front.
I would like Ma'am Vandana Chavan ma'am to please come on stage so that we can felicitate our two experts.
Nulkar sir, ma'am, if you could please. Second row, if you could stand. Thank you. And make your way off the stage. I think a big round of applause to our panel of experts. A lot of keen questions asked. Ma'am, if you could please look at the camera, man, he's indicating from there. Thank you so much. And the next lot can start coming on stage. In the meantime, if you could keep the water bowl here for me. While there is a switchover of students, and while we have our So I'm going to lead a very small and quick presentation while the kids take their seat. And like Divya had announced in the morning, there's a special guest and special surprise. So while all of that gets ready, I'm here.
Please, can you get some water? Okay. Anchal, you need some mic?
Okay.
Guys, everybody please be seated, and I think we need to see this demonstration because we are going to require it soon in the break.
Okay, this is a TEDx. Can everybody hear me? Sort of? Okay. No. Now? Okay, much better. This is a TEDx that I had seen online, and I thought it was extremely useful. It's about the right way to use a paper napkin. How many of us use tissue? It's okay, we can be honest. We must be honest. That's the first place to start. How many of us use tissue? How many of us, even though we try our best not to use it, do end up using it, right? There are, and the number is there in the TED Talk, and I'm not going to put a lot of time on that, but there are millions and billions of tissue that we use every day. There are certain kinds of tissue that you usually see. One type is the standard one that comes in a plastic bag that you burst, and then there are 50 tissue sheets in there. There's one kind that is the party kind. These are usually, as they call, recyclable. But in our head, because we know it is recyclable, it's probably the one we say is the least effective. There is one which is a bigger paper napkin. You would typically get this at a restaurant with your cutlery. There is one which is a kitchen towel, which has now become very, very popular in our kitchens. There is one that I don't have here, but when you go to a mall, you'll see this tissue dispenser that's called the trifold, and the one that cuts itself, right? And always, when we're taking it out, it's 1, 2, 3, cut and use. If we're pulling out of a box, it's 1, 2, 3, and use. So I'm giving you a simple way today to reduce that. This half of the room, when I say shake, I want you to say shake. And when I say fold, I want you to say fold. Possible? You don't sound shaky at all. These are the parents. You are excused, sorry. Fold right there in the back. Excellent, okay. So what you have to do is a simple trick that goes like this. Wet your hands, you've washed your hands. Mine are actually washed, okay? And 12 times you... Why 12? Because it's a random number. And then you... So whatever tissue you have, you fold and then you use. Okay? One tissue, not tearing, and I'm done. Dry. We'll try it again with a different kind of napkin. am now using the standard one that we get. Oh, this is the trifold that comes out of a tissue box. It's already folded. Dry, huh? Dry? Okay. And the last type we will try, just so you remember one last time. Excellent. The one you get at a restaurant, the one we misuse the most. Yeah? Try. Is this going to make it easier for you to save on tissue?
And I think the best one, can I mention? Carry your napkins. The easiest way. So we have requested everybody to carry their water bottles and napkins today. I hope you all have that in your pockets and in your bags so that you all can use that after lunch. And of course, in times of emergency, we don't have an option, but we can shake and then fold. So thank you so much, Anchal. Thank you. We have, of course, I'm really sorry. I have missed my paper. Guys, we all have papers. Even I need my papers. If somebody could just help me with my papers. But till then, we have a very special guest today. And I would like to, of course, read who we have. But we hear him every day in the morning on radio. We have RJ Sangram with us. So give a round of applause. So we all know Sangram, and I think we hear him every day. He is one of the India's top radio personalities. Sorry.
This is the time of fake news, so I didn't like the applause I got. I'm going to go back down, and we'll do this again. Right?
Okay. So do you want music with it, Sangram? I want the loudest. So welcome, Sangram. Just quick. Of course, we all know him, but just a quick, he's also a columnist. I know you as a RJ, but those who don't know, he's a columnist and a social political activist. And he recently published a 150-page report on Pune's civic issues and solutions and is urging everyone, Punyatsa bola, let's talk about Pune first and the rest later. So Sangram, over to you. I'm not going to take too much of your time.
Check. Zindabad, Sathiyo. See, when I say Zindabad, what are you supposed to say? Okay, let's try that. Zindabad, Sathiyo. Maza nahi hai, maza nahi hai. Zindabad, Sathiyo. Kiska? Kiska? Mera? Aapka? Pune ka? Bharat ka? Vishwa ka? So here's the thing, climate change ka. Somebody said climate change ka. Climate change ka Zindabad nahi, opposite of that. So here's the thing, आपण लोकशाहीत राहतो आणि त्याचा अर्थ जिंदाबाद सगळ्यांचा असतो, प्रत्येकाचा असतो. It doesn't matter how old you are, how young you are, doesn't matter what mother does for a living, it doesn't matter what your father earns. It doesn't matter what the color of your skin is. It doesn't matter what you eat. It doesn't matter how you look. It doesn't matter what language you speak in. Zindabad ha sagyancha asto. Okay? Everybody is created equal. Now this whole line, no? All humans are created equal, is at the same time the most profound line, and also at the same time a little bit inane, if you ask me. It sounds a little bit wrong. It sounds a little bit off. In Pune 4 or in Sadashivpet. But that's really not true. Because 40% of us, right? So when we say we're all created equal, thoda sa asa kudri vatta hai nahi re kaitari problem hai, because we're really not all, or we should be equal. Is that what we're trying to say? We ought to be equal. Everybody should be treated as equal. So what we're going to explore is, in this session with the two experts that we have and with the entire team, of course, all of these really learned, you're looking so serious, yeah. Mala tension hai ekdam. All of these learned and scholarly individuals here, is to understand what this whole thing of urbanization is. Why is it that we are so different? I have a lot of statistics that I can throw at you, but I'm going to refrain from doing that. instead of statistics, I want you to think about where you particularly live, the building that you live in, the mohalla that you live in, and the building and the mohalla that your friends live in. I'm sure there must be a vast sort of array of यांचं घर एवढं आहे, माझं घर एवढं आहे, तेवढं आहे, घर या प्रकारचं आहे, घर त्या प्रकारचं आहे, घरातल्या रूम्सच्या साइजेस किती आहेत वगैरे. So I want you to all focus on that. Now before we kick off, before I start with my questions, I'd like to invite both of our guests. Can we have their introduction, please?
Yes, we would like
anyhow,
to...
one more. We'll do a rehearsal of you clapping and cheering. Let's do that. Anytime I stop talking, now I take a pause, you have to clap. Okay? Done? Let's do that. Okay, I'm pausing.
Okay, great, Sangram. Thank you. So we have a first panel expert for a third session today, which is Sanskriti Menon. Sanskriti, welcome. Is a senior program director at the Center for Environment Education, which is CEE, with a PhD in public deliberation processes from Curtin University. Her expertise includes in sustainable development, environmental education, NGOs, and capacity building. She has a strong background from roles at CEE, Foundation for Environment Education, and SWEDEST. And she's an integral part of ALERT right from the conception, and you must have seen her again cycling around the city of Pune. So we have a lot of cyclists within our panel here today. I would like to also invite our second panel expert, Sarang Yadwadkar. He has completed his education in architecture from JJ School of Architecture in 1980. पुणे शहर नियोजन आखाडा, नियोजन समिती सदस्य गेले 20 वर्ष पुण्यात प्रदूषण आणि नदी पात्रांमध्ये झालेले अतिक्रमण या विरुद्ध भूमिका ते ठामपणे मांडतात. He has filed many cases in the National Green Tribunal and PILs in the High Court against encroachment on riverbeds and river pollution. He is a true climate warrior for our Pune city. So welcome, sir. Over to you, Sangram.
Sarang and Sanskriti, thank you very much for being here. Okay, here's the format of this session. I'm going to fire questions at you, and I'm either going to pick people and say you have to answer, or I can just throw it open for everybody. You put your hand up, and then I choose. Is that fair? Okay. Yeah, we'll also need slides. Who's ready with the slides? You're set? Yes, please. What a great reaction. Wow. The word wow is actually very multi-purpose, sort of durable sort of word, right? It can be like, wow. I'll be like, wow. Like, dude, wow. And I think this is both. Let's start off with a quick question to everybody. What are SDGs? SDGs. Who can answer? Okay, you, ma'am. Loud. Oh, I think we missed out on one word. Who can correct her? There you go. Are जोरात बोल एकदम. Is he right? Yes. Of course. Big round of applause. Now, who will tell me what these are? First of all, does anybody know how many there are? 17. Yeah, okay, fine. And what are they? Who will tell me? What are they for, basically? You don't have to list them all out, but somebody explain to me. There you go. Okay, that's a good answer, but give me some example. Because see, people like Sarang and I might think welfare of the world is basically that we get our favorite food to eat at least 6 times a day. That may not work. And we are coming more and more to the city of my dreams, or my first love, which is the city of Pune. Cities over the world and India are growing at a very fast pace. Pune is no exception. And this question I want to pose to Vidit Joshi. Vidit Kutha, I know you've worked very hard on that, Vidit, right? Can we get him a mic, please? Vidit, we saw your presentation. Thank you very much for that. You've talked about how Pune has been changing over the years. I've been talking about the same things. So we are brothers in that sense. From a pensioner's paradise to a vibrant and youthful city. Now, what are the two positive impacts as well as two challenges that you think this has brought?
So some of the two positive impacts of urbanization in Pune are that urbanization has helped Pune in becoming one of the leading automobile research and IT hubs of the country. It has also helped in economic growth, increased median income, increased professional services, and a sustainable transportation system like the metro rail. And some of the negative impacts of urbanization we can see is that although the city boasts an urbanization level of 60%, which is way above the national average, we can see that the city still faces some issues like inadequate infrastructure, insufficient basic amenities, and a widening wealth gap. We can also see, according to a PMC environment report of 2018, that there has been a worrisome 12% increase in the per capita emissions from 2012 to 2017.
All right, great. Well put. Thank you very much. So better infrastructure and more job opportunities are the positives that we got, but with it also come traffic, pollution, waste, and all of those things. Where's Aditya Thakkar? Aditya, we saw your submission as well. And you've suggested a very interesting two or threefold approach in your submission.
Yes, so by a threefold approach, I mean that first we need to counter the infrastructure. So infrastructure in Pune is like very old. I've seen in winters some...
Are you talking about Sarang and I?
No. Okay. I'm talking that the drainage system, it's gone to such an extent that there is too much clogging in it. There is no way for the rain to seep into ground. We need to first clear that. We need to ensure that the drainage system is good. Second, we need to ensure that the wealth gap, which is increasing day by day, that needs to be reduced. Like the photo we see, Dharavi and Mumbai. Dharavi is the world's largest slum. And you can see high-rise buildings. We need to stop this. This is causing a discrimination, which we need to solve in the 2030 goals. And the third one is we need to ensure that infrastructure needs to be maintained. Maintenance is more important than doing all these building, because building is not going to help. Maintenance will help us in maintaining these things.
In your round of applause, please.
Thank you.
Aditya, in your submission, you also spoke about citizens' participation. Is that right?
Yes, I spoke about citizens.
What does that mean?
I mean that the citizens should ensure that all these things are followed. They need to implement it in daily life.
Okay. Thank you, Aditya.
Thank you.
So since you were alluding to this slide, I'm going to throw the question open to everybody. What do you see? What is this? What's happening here? Somebody who hasn't answered yet? Hey, give us your names also. Huh? When you talk, just say quickly your name.
Okay, all right. I'm Ashna Mehta from St. Arnold School. What we see here is a drastic change in development and environment. Now, where we see the high-rise buildings, we can see that they are better maintained and provide a better quality. However, here we see is chaos. It's congested. It's a slum area. Now, this I think we can see in Pune as well. Like where we see the Viman Nagar road, it's very well maintained. However, we see Kalwad, you can barely move there, and it isn't something we've noticed recently. It has been allowed to go on for years.
Thank you. Anybody else? Mage. So yeah, what do you see in this? How does it make you feel? What do you think?
So what I see in here, it looks like a weighing scale to me, because it's like a weighing scale. We say that our India is modernizing these days and many more things are going on, but we see that the slums are there, in equal with the buildings. Like it is modernized, yet there are so many slums in India that are still yet to be modernized. So I feel that both are there. Who is modernizing? Only the rich. So only the rich are going towards more advantages, like we see more urbanization is happening these days. So I see there are as equal slums as there are the buildings there.
very nice sort of simile that you had. You called it a weighing scale.
Weighing scale.
What's
yeah.
your name?
My name is Ananya Kamath.
Ananya. Ananya, very well put. Thanks. I want to, and the experts can chime in anytime you guys want, right? Whose fault is this? So the people who, so the government's fault, people who elected the government are us only, so it's our fault, so it's all circular. Okay. I want you guys to think about this in detail. So, I mean, this picture is actually almost to the scale. Who made this from our team? Because it's almost to scale. Can somebody guess and tell me, in Pune, what is the number of, what is the percentage of people living in slums? 40%. I only said, in my opening remarks. Arre, cheating. Okay, tell me about Mumbai. Who from the audience can tell me? Mumbai, what would that be? Would it be less? Would it be more? Would it be the same almost? It's of course more. Mumbai is obviously more. I mean, there are various estimates, but 55 to 70, 80%. You know, when I asked these guys whose fault it is, I'm glad that they said government and not the people who live in the slums, because there is one general sort of trope going on, stereotype going on, that you and only you are completely and 100% responsible for your situation in life, which often is just not the fact. There are many things happening and we have to take collective responsibility. Now, when we look at these two people, the rich, I mean the high-rise dwellers and the low-income housing dwellers, do you think the problems of both these categories are the same?
How are we going to transport water? That is one of the big...
It's called the studied experience. म्हणजे आपण एखाद्या गोष्टीचा अभ्यास करतो ना, आणि मग त्याच्यातून आपल्याला कळतं की अच्छा हे असं असतं का. And what he just told us is a lived experience. ज्याचं जळतं त्यालाच कळतं. So if anybody thinks की मी खूप महाराष्ट्रातल्या कुठल्या तरी ट्रायबल्सचा, मी पुण्यात राहतो आणि मी ट्रायबल्सचा जाऊन अभ्यास केला आणि मला सगळं माहिती आहे की त्यांना काय दिलं पाहिजे, त्यांनी काय केलं पाहिजे, त्यांचे नेमके प्रॉब्लेम्स काय आहेत, दॅट्स जस्ट नॉट द सेम बिकॉज यू डोंट हॅव दॅट लिव्ड एक्सपिरियन्स. सो गुड, वन राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज फॉर हिम. The rest of his presentation was very, me asa, and this was like, पाणी नाही आमच्याकडे, पाणी नाही, please. Okay, who else? Back there.
This is a problem in both high-rise buildings and also the slums. I think the major problem faced in high-rise buildings is there is no proper wastewater or sewage management that is being done. Because like toilet flushes, they use a lot of water. Matlab, there's like a lot of wastage of water.
Sure. No, I'm saying, but what are the problems they are facing? Nobody's saying, "Arey, so much water is going from my flush every day." People are just doing their business, flushing and going to school.
We use a lot of water for like cooking, bathing and stuff. We can reuse the same water for our flushes.
Correct. No, you're talking about what should be done. I'm saying right now, what are the problems that they are facing? You in the middle.
As Aditya said, there is one more issue, that is energy. Because of high-rise buildings, energy is not given to buildings. Like, I have a power cut every day. So
Yeah, one round of all. Where do you live, yeah? Where do you stay?
Vadgaon Sheri.
Vadgaon Sheri. टाळ्या वाजवा Vadgaon Sheri साठी. As our electrical systems are the only ones in the world where पावसाने नुसतं छू जरी गेलं, हुल जरी दिली तरी लाईट जातात आपल्याकडे लगेच. आभाळ भरून आलं की लाईट जातात. का? Nobody knows really. I mean, nobody is able to figure out the electrical fault in that. But you're right. Electrical cuts are very big problems. Okay, now who will tell me about the low-income housing? वस्त्यांमध्ये काय problems आहेत? You in the back?
I guess problems as in they don't have basic things. Either they don't realize that or they realize that and maybe they're fighting for it. And like
Have you ever been to do you have any friends who live in Vastia?
I don't have any friends, but in our nearby area, I've seen those people live there. So
Okay.
our building is
Who
here,
else?
and then the Vastis.
Great, thanks. Who else? Who else? Who else? Right here.
Thank you, sir, for the question. I believe that the problems in such areas would be finance, probably electricity.
Oh, that's very good. Finance is a very good one. Very good one.
And water as well. Like they don't have the luxuries that people in the high-rise areas have. They are living a very basic life, and even to some extent, healthcare systems.
Healthcare systems also as well. This is a very good point. There are two categories of people who face this problem of finance. Banks will not give you loans. And Vandana is right there. So it's either people in the Vastis or people who are politically, what do they call, politically exposed like Vandana and I. Apply form varti tithi lihawa lagta. Banks don't give you loans very easily. Yeah, you here.
There's also lack of hygiene, like no public proper toilets, and it's very unhygienic over there.
Toilets are a big problem. Who else? Let's take one last one.
So social stigmatization.
Absolutely, that's a good one. So there's tons of things. There's clean toilets. We spoke about health and education. And of course, in the high rises, people are also worried about where to park the cars now, because there just isn't enough parking. And of course, the issues of traffic. Can we have the next slide, please? Slide 2, slide 2. Where's Soumya Deshmukh? Hey, tila mic there. And Saish Prakash. Am I saying that right? Saish? Oh, he's not here. Okay, Soumya, you've submitted a presentation on inclusive cities.
Yes.
How do you define that?
Sir, inclusive cities are like by the term inclusive, we understand that it is all included.
Okay.
So cities which value the people living in them, value their opinions, and acknowledge them and act on those opinions, those are known as inclusive cities.
Okay, but the slide shows some very special people. What is that about?
They are disabled people or people with special needs.
People with disabilities or people with special needs?
Yes.
Right. So what do you propose? How can cities be more?
Yes. And their rights, their needs were not acknowledged. But now times have changed. Now even people with disabilities can do something for this world. But sometimes the cities, the government does not, provide services that help these disabled people. For example, basic things. For example, like people who are on wheelchairs, ramps are not provided in public buildings. Considering the main government building, in those types of buildings also, these ramps are not provided, proper elevators are not provided, the toilets for disabled people are not provided. So what will these people do? Even they want to progress, even they want to rise. So,
or just live a normal life.
Yes,
just go
exactly,
about in
because
the city.
they don't want to be seen with the pity. And when it comes to women, now the situation has increased to a very great degree. But still, people do not consider the needs of a woman. They think, "Arey, kar legi manage, itna kya hai?" But no, we need to change. And see, a city being inclusive, the main point that we need to include is that everyone is at the table. You listen to every single person in the city and make changes according to that. So that is what I have accentuated in my report, that services for the disabled and needy should be provided accordingly.
Thank you. Sanskriti, you want to add something to this?
No, that's absolutely right. There is a law. It needs to be implemented. All facilities, all public facilities need to be accessible. We need to expand services as well. मतलब अगर आप पैराप्लेजिक होम जाओ खड़की में तो वहाँ पे हैं लोग पर वहाँ से बाहर निकलने की बहुत मुश्किल है. And once you're on the road, traffic is not stopping for you. तो एक तो facilities होना, दूसरा empathy होना कि हमको मतलब we have to be inclusive ourselves also. And I think audit करना कि ये inclusive facility है कि नहीं उसके ऊपर आवाज़ उठाना so that we demand for inclusion as well.
Thank you, Sanskriti. Next slide, please. Ashna Mehta. Ashna, hey. In your presentation, you talk about inclusiveness in the light of climate change.
Okay.
What is that about?
Okay, so basically, one thing we know about India is that it is diverse, it is very diverse. The same way we have different problems, right? Now the thing is ki, in the city of Pune, we are inclusive indeed, but in a very peculiar manner. We are inclusive, all of us are adding up to the problem. However, are we the same way helping? No, okay, all of us are united in creating the problem. The same way we need to be united to help solve it. Now for this, our future is the youth, right? For the very same reason, we have activities like this. Now what I would want to work towards is, let's promote student-led organizations. We have multiple NGOs, we have multiple organizations who take initiatives from schools, from colleges to help. I for one am a proud member of Urja. It's an NGO. We work towards healthcare for better education. The same way,
Round of
even
applause,
in
guys.
thank you. Same way, even in rural areas, the main problem is that they don't know how devastating the problem of climate change is. We need education there first. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Good one. Now, this is a question open to everybody. Then I'll come to you, Sarang. Here we can see housing and infrastructure. We can see health services, access to education, inclusive urban planning. Now, who can tell me how these aspects are important? Housing and infrastructure, especially in the light of climate change. Yeah.
Sir, as ma'am mentioned the sustainable development goals, the third goal, good health and well-being.
Okay.
So we may wonder how can buildings affect the health of occupants? So that material used in traditional buildings releases volatile organic compounds, which are very harmful for our health, and they reduce the productivity of the people living in the green buildings. So it can cause it also affects the IAQ. It is also another term for the air quality index. It is the indoor air quality index. The VOCs affect the indoor air quality index. So we have to use better materials to build buildings like recyclable plastic.
Excellent. That's a very good point. Good point. Round of applause for him.
Thank you.
Who can talk about, because I have realized that most adults in Pune, the ones who listen to my radio show, when you talk to them about climate change, they're like, acha, environment, oh, you mean pollution, right? So they actually haven't really gotten that. And we also need to figure out who is it on the economic scale that causes more climate change. Usually the poorest, the ones living in vastis and slums, cause the least amount of climate change. Quick comment? Yeah, please, quickly.
Sir, so if we want to do development in the infrastructure, the building sector, so you will be shocked to know that the building sector contributes up to 40% of the global energy consumption and 33% of the greenhouse gas emission. So we have to improve our buildings by using renewable energy sources like solar energy, wind energy, and reduce the usage of non-renewable and traditional materials.
Absolutely. Well, sir, thank you. So, I'm going to ask you again to focus on and make friends with people who are not like you. Often, we make friends with people and hang out with people who are exactly like us, right? If you go through life, आणि तुम्हाला फार कोणी सांगत नाही की तुम्ही जे बोलताय ते चुकीचं बोलताय किंवा करताय ते चुकीचं बोलताय, then it's probably because you are hanging out with people who are just like you. So we need to make friends and hang out with people who are very different from us, and then we start to realize how it is that everyone counts in this city. Next slide, please. So how many have experienced this? Put your hands up. Okay. Is this going to get worse? Is this going to get better? And if so, how? Worse? Oh, worse. Everybody thinks worse. Okay. Why is it? Ashna is hopeful that it will get better. Why is it? Chalo.
Sir, the major problem is the population. Yeah.
Okay. Actually, that's not true at all. Population is not the problem anymore. It's the population of? No, not of India. Of vehicles.
Yeah,
Cars.
But sir, the population of vehicles will eventually increase because the population is increasing of people.
Not really. If we all decide that we have only one vehicle per household and use public transport, then perhaps not. Yeah, what do you think? Yeah.
Sir, as you say, the population is increasing, so the population of cars is also increasing. The Pune of 1975 was very different from 2020.
When were you born, my friend?
2010.
हे पूर्वीचं पुणे राहिलं नाही. पु ल देशपांडे म्हणायचे ते खरंच आहे ना. म्हणजे 10 वर्षाचं मूल सुद्धा 40च्या आयुष्याचं अनुभवाचं गाठोडं असल्यासारखं पूर्वीचं पुणे राहिलं नाही हो. वा, सॉरी, कंटिन्यू.
So the Pune city of 1975 was very different, and there was no mad rush of vehicles on the road. But today in Shivaji Nagar, Jangli Maharaj Road and Ferguson College, there is so much mad rush of vehicles, and even common people cannot take a morning walk also in...
True.
Yes.
All right, who can tell me what are the solutions? I want one word answers shouted out. Yeah, to what? What is that mindset? What should people do? Public transport? Who agrees here? Public transport? Okay, now keep your hands up. Keep your hands up. Who agrees public transport here? Put your hands up. Okay, and now how many of you actually do use public transport? Keep your hands up. The adults' hands have mostly gone down. A few of the adults are also lying very blatantly and claiming, but no, you ma'am, you do use. What kind of public transport? Who can tell me what do you want as public transport? Bus? Metros? Carpools? Metro? Okay. Now this is homework for you guys. I want you to go find out and in your report also talk about how much is it that the metro will actually, how many trains there are, those bogies there are, and how many people they can carry, what is the capacity versus how many we actually need, and map that against the buses that we need. Right? Experts, do you guys want to add something here?
Yeah, if you look at the scene, मतलब जो कारें, they are occupying like 4 or 5 bus worth space. सारे अगर बस में जा रहे होते तो आधी बस भी नहीं लगती उनको. It would have been a much more efficient way of traveling. So we could really have solved our way through this by public transport.
Can we have the next slide? And the next one after that. So ideal mobility scenario, what do you guys think? Sanskriti and Sarang.
I think सुबह से काफ़ी बारी संग्राम हम लोग बात कर चुके हैं. Walking, cycling, public transport, shared transport, I think that is really the ideal scenario. और दूसरा मेरे ख्याल कि हमको बहुत ज़्यादा जाने की ज़रूरत ही ना हो, इस तरह का हम सिटी बनाए, mixed use, ना कि हमको घर यहाँ है, travel के लिए उतनी दूर जाना पड़े. So and because we are also talking about urbanization and planning of urbanization, तो ऐसा भी शहर हो और जिसमें हम लोग safely जा सकें एक जगह से दूसरी जगह by walking, by cycling, good for our health, good for the planet.
Great, you guys agree? Anything you want to add? New? Yeah? Shout it out. Shout it out, come on.
So basically, sometimes even the management of the mobility could be better. So the chaos which was shown in the previous slide, I could see many vehicles together and people just walking between those vehicles or walking on the roads. Maybe you can create some footpaths, like footpaths should be different where people can walk, and the roads should be different where cars can go. So there can...
So designing our roads much better.
Yes, so
Wonderful.
designing the roads.
That's a good one. Here? Okay, quickly. Can people have patience? He's been waiting patiently to give us this answer. Can people have show a little more patience on roads? Wonderful. Last one right here.
I would like to say that it's not only about vehicles that they travel on footpaths, it's also about people they travel on road, which also creates traffic. So I think that one should be like...
Considerate?
They should consider it, and they should follow their own ways, not like not interfering in other people's ways.
All right.
Like,
whose side are you on? Are you on the pedestrian side or are you on the car or bike people's side?
Not on both, because both are in a way...
Both are wrong
wrong
sometimes. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. But always remember the first right of way is to pedestrians. Huh? The roads are made for pedestrians first, and after they are gone is the vehicle. You wanted to add something, Sanskriti?
Yeah, I wanted to say कि जो मकसद है, it is safe travel, and road safety is a very big thing. सुबह ही हमने देखा कि Pune is the second most dangerous city for children. And of course, we want to walk, cycle, use public transport. Today that is not the case. बच्चे bikes पे भी जाते हैं और car में भी जाते हैं. So the availability of child helmets. No, of course, eventually we want to not use bikes. We don't want to use cars. But child helmets is very important. वो available भी नहीं है. Second thing is that children need to be, when they are in cars, as occupants of cars, so it's not the full seat belt जो adults पहनते हैं. That is a child restraint system which is based on the weight of the child and the age of the child. तो छोटे बच्चों के लिए there is a bucket seat. आगे नहीं बैठना होता है, पीछे बैठना होता है, या rear facing बैठना होता है. इसकी awareness parents में है भी नहीं, and nor is it being told by dealers. No, bike dealers and car dealers are not even telling parents this, nor are doctors telling this. So I think wherever children are occupants of vehicles, it's very important that the safety gear is used by the children, and that the parents are actually providing it to them. And a very, very big thing is speed. We spoke about school zone, but I think all across the city हमको speed कम करने की ज़रूरत है. In many ads, बिल्कुल.
Most people here are thinking, अरे speed बढ़ाओ यार रास्ते पे थोड़ा सा.
The likelihood of a crash leading to death is much higher as you go, 40 kilometers, say 50 kilometers to 60 kilometers. If you are driving at 80 and you hit a pedestrian, the likelihood of death is 90%. But if you are at 25 kilometers per hour, it is very likely that the person will be able to, they may sustain injuries, but they won't die. So speed kam karne ki zarurat hai. This fascination with speed is very misplaced.
And in the long term ends up costing you more time. Next slide, please. Please. Yeah. Well said. Thank you very much. And I'm hoping this generation is used to buses enough.
Can I just add there? November में district road safety committee है, हर district में road safety committee होती है, which is chaired by the district collector. तो November में हमने visioning workshop किया था child road safety पे, and it was unanimously agreed कि हमको school transport को increase करना है. And ma'am's exact point कि like can we really increase the availability of school bus transport and make it really possible? Because कई लोगों को ये feasible नहीं होता है. It costs a lot of money to pay to the school bus. So how can we expand school bus transport? And it needs to come. If we care for children's safety, life, we have to equate it to increasing public transport and walk and cycle, of course.
Absolutely. Well said. Next slide. Was this a popular choice? Did people say, nahi, nikal do, or what was it?
See, basically, Sangram, what I feel is that there are only two things in the world that never stop growing.
Okay.
One is human greed, and the other one is our cities. See, tell me any other thing in the world which grows continuously. Nothing in the nature grows continuously. And basically for this, our development policies are responsible. Cities become problematic. we provide solutions to the cities, and then people from the rural areas migrate towards cities because most of our development policies are more or less urban centric. We export electricity to certain countries, but we cannot provide electricity for 24 hours in our rural areas. So people are going to migrate. And this migration is leading the cities to become obese. The cities are no more healthy. So till we stop the growth of cities, this is not going to be solved. That is my personal viewpoint. And just to add to that, I would like to say that when we look at any city or any plan of any city, it is very parallel to human anatomy. And human body is the most researched object in the world. And you just translate that problem into human anatomy and you can find the solution. Now, as far as I'll come to the that particular point only, when we are talking about roads or when we are talking about public transport, so that the same one vehicle can carry more people, more citizens, we can talk about blood. Suppose if the blood supply is not sufficient, then we don't increase the diameter of the arteries. What we need is better hemoglobin level, right? So that the blood can carry more oxygen. Similarly, we need public transports. We definitely need public transport, but subsequently the most important solution is to stop the growth of cities. And we need our development policies framed accordingly.
Interesting. Can we have the next slide? Of course, again, quoting Pula Deshpande, मुंबईमध्ये प्रत्येकाला असं वाटत असतं की माझ्या बाजूला जो उभा आहे ना तो येऊन इथे गर्दी करतोय. म्हणजे you never think की मी गर्दी करतोय, इतर लोकच गर्दी करत असतात. So what you said is true, but we need to have a plan where we are able to build newer cities, where we are able to absorb migrations on a bigger level in a better way. Or can we expect that I should be able to enjoy the city, but somebody else who wants to now migrate from rural India should not?
No, I think we need to develop better villages. So the people should go back to, see, nobody leaves his hometown by choice. It's a trauma actually. I am not from Pune, I come from some other place. It was traumatic for me to leave my own home. But why I left? Because for education, for health facilities, for education, job opportunities.
For better marriage prospects.
Yeah, you can say.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
Nothing wrong in that.
Absolutely.
But what we need is first of all, reduce the rate of migration, stop migration, and then reverse migration. So urban planning these days actually lies in villages. We need healthier villages so the cities will be healthy.
All right. So which brings us, Sarang, again to the next thing that you're very, very passionate about. I've also been trying to help you with this particular work. What is this river rejuvenation? Is it scientific? Is it sustainable? What exactly is happening?
You are talking about Pune River.
The Pune, yeah.
So the word you have used is not correct. It's not rejuvenation.
Yeah. What is it? Beautification? What is it?
It is destruction. It is completely, and you have touched upon a very sensitive point right now.
Yeah.
I can speak for hours on that, but just to share, the Pune riverfront development, so-called, it is 80% of the work is civil construction, and they're reducing the width
80%.
of the 80% of the cost will be spent for concretization, and the entire biodiversity will be destroyed irreversibly, and the possibilities of floods are going to rise very steeply. See, tell me one thing. All young crowd, where do you prefer to move around in the east? संध्याकाळी कुठे फिरायला जायला आवडतं पुण्यात तुम्हाला? Which road? No, road. FC road. Why FC road? कारण तिथं आपल्याला पाहिजे ते सगळं खायला असतं. तू पण असतोच बऱ्याच वेळेला संग्राम FC road.
अर्थातच.
हां.
आमचं तर कट्टाच आहे तिथे.
तुला बघितलंय मी खूप वेळा. हां. तर FC रोडला का जातात? बिकॉज एव्हरीथिंग इज अवेलेबल. वडापाव पासून चायनीज, इटालियन, मेक्सिकन, एनी टाइप ऑफ फूड यू गेट ॲट as per your budget. Okay, river floodplains जे आहेत ना, those are FC roads for birds.
You hear that, guys?
तिथं छोट्या छोट्या इन्सेक्ट पासून काही पक्ष्यांना सगळं खायला मिळतं. So birds come over there because that's a world on its own. It's a wonderful biodiversity that exists along the river.
Full metaphor, Sarang Yadwadkar. Next slide, please. Okay, yes or no question. You guys have to shout out the answer. Arey, channel bhi idhar dekho. I will ask you the question. Do you think the youth should have a voice in the working of local government? Yes or no? What? Yes. Can I have an emphatic yes instead of a yes? Okay, I'll do 1, 2, 3. Much better. So how do we make ourselves heard? Any suggestions? What can we do to somebody who hasn't answered yet? What will you do? What will you do?
Sir, there are many things that we can do. One such as these summits where we are heard.
Okay, round of applause for that. That's a good one.
Where we are heard and we are able to speak about our opinions. Then also schools should be able to provide us platforms where we can talk about the environment or the government or about our opinions. And there should be TED Talks held around places such as exhibitions or...
Okay, this is what everybody else is going to do for you. How many of you are already on social media? Khara khara sanga bala. Can you use that as well?
Yes, social media platforms can also be used.
Awesome. Sanskriti, what do you think? You've spent a lot of time in environment education and advocacy. How can we do this?
या नो आई एग्री मतलब एक तो स्कूल के जरिए तो हो ही सकता है टेक्स्ट बुक लिखी जा रही हैं हम लोग भी 10th स्टैंडर्ड की अभी टेक्स्ट बुक लिख रहे हैं बट उसके अलावा आई मीन दिस climate summit is great but talking to each other you know so the ability to dialogue हम लोग जाते हैं walking running we've been speaking about health a lot we talk about physical fitness what we need is democracy fitness are we fit for democracy can we talk to a person who doesn't hold the same view as I
and not shout at them
empathize understand each other's point of view find the common ground and then we are advocating for the things that we all want.
That's really awesome. Especially in the last few years where we are fighting with our own families on WhatsApp groups about certain things and we can't even get along with them.
I would like to see a youth assembly in Pune, जो कि हर ward में, ma'am, as we know that parliament में बहुत dialogue and deliberation होता है, आपको सारे ज्ञान, you have study committees, but can we have young people actually researching their own issues like these young people have, but including youth who are not in school and college, they are working or whatever, and have this youth assembly where they are able to actually talk to each other, also get in experts and actually make the change happen.
Wonderful. Thank you. Okay, this brings us to the third and last part of this topic of this session. It's green buildings. Sai Kritik, am I saying that right? Sai. Could you tell us about what constitutes
ambitious and aspirational? Our planet Earth is being continuously depleted of resources. Hence, green buildings ensure that while our ambitious goals are also fulfilled, our sustainable goals are also fulfilled simultaneously. Green buildings are eco-friendly spaces that prioritize sustainability. It involves features such as water harvesting, waste composting, solar power, energy audits, etc.
Interesting. Thank you. Sharvari? Have you seen tennis matches? त्यात ते बॉल बॉयज असतात ना तसं तुला करायचं आणि पळत यायचं पटकन.
Okay, so green buildings are more than just structures. They're commitments. They're commitments to environmental responsibility, resource efficiency, and creating spaces that promote well-being. So, what makes a building green? It's energy efficiency, water conservation, and the use of eco-friendly materials, and promoting a healthier indoor environment. But why do we need such buildings? So our current practices are taking a toll on the environment. Many building materials are non-renewable, and the carbon emissions that they release are contributing a lot to climate change.
And most of these materials are sourced from finite resources, and the damage we cause while using these materials is irreversible. So solutions, what can we do for this? Introducing alternative construction materials like fly ash bricks can significantly reduce the environmental impact on building construction. So fly ash, lime, stone dust are sustainable ingredients that not only make the bricks eco-friendly but also contribute to high fire resistance. These bricks have remarkable strength, and these bricks have the capacity to withstand more than 100 freeze and thaw cycles. Also, incorporating glass in office and school spaces is innovative solutions. I saw in this building there is glass that, in some parts there is glass that has been used. So in Pune, we can make an impact by implementing strict environmental standards and promoting public awareness. We can create a cityscape that is not only aesthetically pleasing but also environmentally responsible.
Thank you. Sarang, you want to say something? I think the word glass took your attention.
No, not exactly. There is one road connecting Mahatare Bridge and Rajaram Bridge that is called as DP Road.
DP Road, huh.
If you travel from Mahatare Bridge to Rajaram Bridge, the entire left side of that road is along Mutha River, and that is green belt. Okay, and there are, though it is a green belt, there are innumerable encroachments. And as those are encroachments, most of the structures are of temporary type. आणि त्याची roofs जी आहेत ती पत्र्याची आहेत, हिरव्या पत्र्याची आहेत. Okay. So that was being discussed during the time of DP, that there are so many encroachments. The corporation madhल्या माणसाने सांगितलं की ती those.
Oh, sorry. पूर्ण नाव नाही लिहिलं इथे. काय म्हटलीस पूर्ण नाव? मेरुकर. तू सर्वे केलास PCMC मध्ये 5 बिल्डिंगचा, राईट?
हो.
आणि त्यातले काही ग्रीन होत्या. मग त्या सारंग म्हणतो त्याच्या कलर ग्रीन होतं का काय होतं ते क्लिअर कर.
नाही ते एक उषा रंगराजन मॅम आर्किटेक्ट आहेत. त्यांनी PMIDA पुणे मेट्रोपॉलिटन रिजनल डेव्हलपमेंट अथॉरिटीची एक बिल्डिंग आहे या कुर्डीमध्ये. सो शी हॅज बिल्ट दॅट बिल्डिंग. सो आय हॅड gone there and I did a survey. So that is a Z design building, which is zero energy design building, which does everything on its own. It doesn't need any external helps like we take electricity from outside to light our homes, but it creates its own electricity. It creates its own water from underground. It is a Griha 5-star rated building.
Wow.
And I actually got inspired from that building because it is creating everything on its own. It is not, it is...
Chan.
Yes.
I know you've done that in depth, so we will include that in the report. Can we have the next slide? Slide वाले काका माझ्याकडे दादा बघा जरा जास्त. Okay, quickly. What is the difference? I think we kind of covered that, but what is the difference between these two? Somebody new who hasn't spoken at all. इथे खाली. उभा रहा. इकडे दे माईक इकडे दे. बोल जोरात बोल.
In the first picture, we see the building with the made up of glass, and in second picture we see the greenhouse building. Sorry.
Okay. Are both is one good, one bad, both good, both bad? What is it?
I think second picture is good.
Which one? That one.
That one.
Who doesn't agree with him? Why don't you agree? That's a good point, that things are far more complex, that you don't know what else. But just given this data, if all things are equal, but this is the only difference, then probably that picture is better. But you know, this, I want you guys to go back home and also study this and understand this, where they're growing vertical farming, yeah, and we need to figure out whether that actually does make sense. Sarang?
Yeah, basically the building on left-hand side, see, I just want to share some important information that is cladded with glass completely. And see, glass is transparent to shortwave radiation, but opaque to long-wave radiation. And the heat we receive from the sun is in the form of shortwave radiation. So it goes inside, it enters inside, it is absorbed by the inner surfaces. And when it is emitted from the inner surfaces, it is in the form of long wave radiation, so it cannot go out. So that is called as greenhouse effect. So such buildings need excessive energy for.
But they are good for cold, very cold sort of places.
It is very good for European
for
countries, but not for tropical countries. That's the exact point I wanted to highlight.
Awesome. Next slide, please.
Sorry.
Yeah.
That we'll have green vertical plantations on buildings. And then suddenly they realized that there are too many mosquitoes and insects coming. And therefore, people did not buy those buildings. So either this or that is not the right thing to happen. So that is what is the next slide. This is what needs to happen. So basically that looks prima facie good, it's green and nice, and that's how it should be. But there are practical problems. That's what I wanted to just put.
Thank you. Sarang, what is the significance of this? Yeah? What are these different kinds of things? Are they different really? Is one better than the other?
From what point of view exactly?
Well, you're an architect, so tell us. Yeah, of course, we're talking about in terms of energy and sustainability.
I forgot that I am an architect. Actually, for last 20 years almost, I am not working on architecture.
पण माझं काही काम असेल तर सह्या वगैरे करशील ना त्याच्या. प्लॅन पास करायला आर्किटेक्ट लागतो.
Yeah. See, I would prefer to these old structures because those old structures are far less energy consumptive. जेवढ्या उंच buildings, you need more and more energy to pump water for lifts, for lighting. You need far more energy than the old structure. So I would prefer. Given a choice, I would prefer these old vadats because those are more natural sort of structures. Very friendly.
Sanskriti? I don't agree. I'd much rather live in taller buildings where there are more. So, here's my take on urbanization. A lot of people think that going back to the villages is a very nice romantic. सगळ्यांनी परत गावाकडे जावं असं काही होत नसतं. For creativity to happen, for new ideas to emerge, a lot of people have to be crushed together in urban areas and put together so that there is that creative friction, that people meet all kinds of different people, and then that melting pot happens, and then something new, comes out of it. My career in media and creativity and writing would just not have been the same if I hadn't been in Pune or Mumbai. So I prefer the taller ones. What do you think?
No, that's okay. I was only going to talk about the intensity of the material. So just glass is a very intense material. It takes a lot of energy to create glass.
In the first place.
In the first place. And as a choice of material, lighter energy materials are probably also good. It's not only in the operation of the building, but what material you use to construct the building in the first place. That is also a matter of thinking to be done.
Wonderful. Okay. Next slide. Shout out your answers. What kind of a city do you want this to be? To be my Pune to be? Okay, one second. Safe. We got one. Safe. Adaptable. Self-sufficient. Inclusive. Green. Green is done. Okay, what else? अरे तिकडनं बोला ना. Developed. Ecologically. Economically developed. Sustainable, okay. What else? Cost efficient. Affordable, good point, finally. What else? Higher standard of living, but again affordable also. Technological development. What else? How would you want this city to make you feel? Efficient, responsible. How do you want the city to make you? Living in this city. Tired? Somebody said happy. Happy? Is that okay with you? Do you want Pune to be a place that makes you happy? Healthier? You're happy when you're healthy. Should we settle on happy? Literate, yes. Yes. Satisfactory. No, we want to be happy. We don't want to be just satisfactory, no? Sustainable is done. We got that already. Can we all agree that everything that we do in life, whether it's going to school, then getting a degree, then getting a job, earning money, starting a family, being with friends, coming to places like these, to programs like these, talking to people, why do we do all this? Because it makes us happy. Okay? But here's something a little bit sad. We have statistics. There's something called the happiness index. How many of you know that? Oh, good. You guys have done your homework. I'm very proud of you. In the latest happiness index, the World Happiness Index, where is India placed? Do you know? Below 100? Below 100? 16, no? Somebody said? No. 10 or 12? No, it's 125th or 26th. 126th out of 146 countries. Next slide.
Sangram, I just want to mention one point. Is there any index as loneliness index?
Yeah, there probably must be. Yeah.
I don't know exactly because what
there
I
is a
have
lot of
seen,
research on
if
loneliness
any
as well.
development, if any development or urbanization takes you towards more loneliness, if a family of 4 or 5 are staying in a 3,000 square foot flat, everybody is locked in his or her own room and lonely, even in the city. So if a social fabric, any development that weakens the social fabric, I will not call it as a good development.
Absolutely, well said. And we knew you were coming there because, I mean, that's exactly what this last slide is about. Why do you think, loneliness is one very important and big factor. Why do you think we are so low on the happiness index in the world? Even countries like Nepal and Pakistan and Bangladesh seem to be happier than us. Can you, shout it out. Because we are not content. You're saying we are not happy because we are not content. Okay. Okay, we are self goals. Everyone's needs are not. We are not patient and considerate. Okay, interesting. We've put everything up there, everything that we discussed today. This is what makes for a happy city. So it's got everything that we discussed. Thank you for the team behind the scenes to have put all of this together. I think all of these things make a difference. It's not just one particular single thing. I'll give you one quick because you're so excited about this. Quickly tell me, and then I'll go to the experts for their closing remarks.
So I have a suggestion to make. So I interviewed my grandmother, and she told me that in the Ganesh festival in her society, like mohalla type, they used to come together and they used to discuss their problems together, and they used to find a solution for it. And the next year, till the next Ganesh festival, they used to solve those problems, take special care of those people. And she mentioned that it was like a Atmanirbhar way for them to solve their problems. And
that is so wonderful. I mean, that is the entire point of, I think, what Sarang is also trying to make about communities. आणि सार्वजनिक गणेश उत्सव म्हणजे काय, हेच ना, दुसरं काय होतं. आता ब्रिटिश नसले तर दुसरे जे आपले प्रॉब्लेम्स आहेत तेच एकत्र येऊन आपण करावेत. Experts, जाता closing remarks.
Yeah, Sangram, this is really the thing. And मेरे को लगता है, like previous facilitator also said कि हम लोग sustainability ninjas हों. So the point is कि हम लोग अपने footprints ना छोड़ें, पर हम लोग positive actions, the handprints for change. And I think being involved in these positive actions together, individually, especially together, is what will make us happy. And इसी में हम लोग जुटे रहें. We'll find happiness, we'll do good things. That's what we should do.
Thank you. Thank you. Please.
हॅलो. आपण आता एन्व्हायरमेंट वगैरे या सगळ्यावरती बोललो, पण मला एक गोष्ट तुम्हाला विचारायची आहे, विद्यार्थ्यांना आणि त्यांच्या पालकांना पण, आणि समथिंग. आपण ह्याच्यामध्ये झाडं कोण कोण लावतं? आणि हे झाडं मेंटेन कोण करतं? हात कमी झालेत हे फार म्हणतो. यू हॅव टू स्टार्ट वेन वी डिस्कस अबाउट एन्व्हायरमेंट, वी हॅव टू सी टू इट दॅट we more look for the afforestation and all this thing.
Absolutely. Thank you. Well said. Sarang, last remarks? You don't look very happy, Sarang.
Because I am living in a city, City like Pune, where more than 22,000 trees will be felled for under the pretext of riverfront development. Yeah. So I cannot be happy. Yeah. So anyway, given a choice, I am living in a flat of some X value. And if I get a good house or an independent house at the same value, little away from the city, and if we are able to reduce the demographic stresses in the city with the help of metro connectivity, I think I would prefer to stay a little away where I can come to the core of the city within minutes. Yeah. And I think we should extend our metro towards Khed Shivapur or places like that, so that पुण्यातलं डेमोग्राफिक प्रेशर आहे ते कमी होईल. ते मगाशी आपण बाजीराव रोडचं ते बहुतेक ते चितळ्यांचं दुकान होतं त्यामुळे ती गर्दी झाली होती तिथे. तर ती गर्दी कमी होईल त्याच्यामुळे. आय थिंक वी शुड प्लॅन इन सच अ वे दॅट डेमोग्राफिक स्ट्रेसेस आर रिड्यूस्ड.
Well said. Thank you very much. My name is Sangram Khopde. My report on the city of Pune called MH 12 चे 12 कसे वाजले is on my website, sangramkhopde.com. I urge you to read. It's 150 pages. I've also started making short videos on the same, which is available on all of my social media. Just look up RJ Sangram Khopde and give me feedback on what you think about it. It is about this city. And like I've started saying everywhere I go, Punyasa bola, Punyasa bola. Jai Hind, Jai Maharashtra. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sangram, and the esteemed panelists and all the children. We please request everybody to please come on stage for a picture. I would also like to request Vandana ma'am and Prashant Kotide sir to come up for a picture with all the students because this would be one last picture with the big gang. Yeah. And after this, then after this, everybody is going to shift there, and then we'll have a picture from here so that we get a nice picture. We are going to again repeat this picture afterwards in the second session post lunch. Post lunch also, everybody has to wait. So, anyways, let's a big cheese. Yeah. Post lunch. We are, all of you all have given recommendations. Everybody has seen your videos. All the experts have seen your videos. We have taken all your recommendations together and we are going to release a declaration or a manifesto which all those pointers which you all have given, suggestions you all have given, we will incorporate, and that release will be after lunch. So lunch will be served in the basement below. Kindly proceed for lunch, but I want to see all of you all back here. Nobody is going to run away because we are going to release a manifesto and also we are going to give something from that manifesto. So kindly proceed for lunch after the picture, and I would also like to felicitate.
Check. Guys, पुढच्या सत्रामध्ये, which is, how long is that? The last post-lunch session is only about half an hour, 45 minutes long. And Satyajit Bhatkal is going to be here, who is a very well-known person in the entertainment industry. If you've seen Satyameva Jayate, the TV show, yeah, so he directed that. He's the man behind that. I mean, along with Amir Khan, of course. So he's going to join us. So post-lunch, please come back to say hi to him.
Hey, test, test, test. One check. Hey, one check.
Everybody, please, of course, be seated. You can chit chat till the guests come, no problem. Keep chit chatting, no problem, till we get the guests come on board. I think we still have some students who are still having their lunch. Once they come, then we will just start in 5-10 minutes. Yes, we are all waiting for that declaration. Even I am looking forward to release the declaration which all of you all have made. So just another 5-10 minutes. I heard somebody lost their bag. I hope you all have found it. I'm sure it will be somewhere around. Who lost their bag? You lost your bag? You're very happy about it? That no books. Blame it on the event. I hope there are no exams after that. Okay, so we just another 5-10 minutes and we should start. I think after the program we are going to have a lost and found counter. So this is a bottle which we found. If anybody finds his bag, please give it. Job profile? Huh? Okay. Okay, great. We found the person who lost his bottle. Okay, till that time, I just realized there is one representative from every school. Please, the one who has lost his bag is representing the school? Okay, guys, every school, one representative. Okay, we found the bag. Everybody, please give a round of applause. So he will join the same boat as you all are in, that he has to keep his notes ready. Okay, till then, I would request each school to send the one representative. Kindly come up on stage. You all have to sit here. One representative, one, not everybody. I don't want, I'll take an attendance. You're with school? Zuzu, get the sheet. Not everybody, please, I don't want everyone to come on stage. To send. नाही तिकडे नाही ह्या बाजूलाच हां नाही फक्त विल चेक गेट इट चेक माझा फोनच कुठे गायब झाला one representative from each school, no? So we'll just mention the school name and they'll tell who is. Yeah. Can you just fill? Huh? No, otherwise announce.
Who is representing Ajinkya Dedge School? Ajinkya Dedge School, representative. There's nobody from the school. Anjuman School. Who is the representative for Anjuman School? Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan is here. Lok Seva E-School. Tick. Loyola High School. Okay. Millennium National School. MIT Kothurud. Muktangan. Nalanda. Namdev Bandoji Savan. PES Modern Girls High School, SES Gurukul, Dr. Shamrao Kalmadi, Baner, Dr. Shamrao Kalmadi, Canada Medium, St. Arnold's, Rambau Malgi High School, K. Patil, who's going to represent Hutchings School? Anybody from Anjuman School? Even Hutchings left.
Clara Global also left.
This is what?
हे भारती विद्या भवन BVB हे असं बोल
असं बोलायला पाहिजे.
Anybody from BVB and SNVM? You're from that school? Okay.
नाही
So yeah, almost
अजून
done.
आहे. 2 शाळा लेफ्ट.
Nobody from Euro School? Undri? Okay, so. Yeah, the.
सौम्या
Sudhakar Jadhav Rao School, Dr. Sudhakar Jadhav Rao School.
I'll tell you. Don't worry. I'll tell you. Nothing to present that.
Okay, so the rest of the schools are left.
Anjuman, please can you send them this?
Nobody's there.
Anjuman left.
Ajinkya Dedge
Anjuman
also.
नाही आहे.
Ajinkya Dedge
Dedge
also,
नाही
I
आहे.
think so left.
नाही आलीच नाही.
आलेच नाही. ठीक आहे, मग एवढंच आहे. So those who are ticked, the
तू
representatives
आता
sign.
एक राहिले.
Little flowers
गेलेत ते.
गेलेत actually.
तू बोलवलंस?
आवाज दिला ना, nobody
दिलास
came.
ना?
Little Flower English Medium School. Any representative from Little Flower English Medium School?
नाही ते बोलवलं. इथे फक्त हे नाही आहे ना आपल्याकडे इथे पण. ठीक आहे.
काय पाहिजे?
Done, done. I guess this is किती आहे?
Anybody sitting there?
Who was sitting here? So it's 30. This is 10, right? In a row. This is 30. So we've got 30 over here.
27, only 27 are there.
Scissors. अच्छा, scissors.
काय पाहिजे भैया?
अजून 2 खुर्च्या आणायच्या.
Excuse me, थोड़ी chair.
पलीकडे बघा बरं आहे का की पलीकडे
Thank you for your patience. We will, another 5 minutes, we should start. Really, we are already delayed with the time, but another 5 minutes, we should start the program. The guests are also ready, but we just are doing a little something, arranging the seats. Kindly maintain silence. And those children who have been giving responsibility, please don't show it, please hide it. But just make sure your letter is in the right space, like right direction. Just make sure, huh? The responsibility is yours. Okay, so the guests are coming. Yes, please welcome Shri Satyajit Bhatkar, CEO of Pani Foundation. Yeah. We would also request all the experts and the hosts who have conducted the sessions all day long today to be kindly be seated on the stage as well. So good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, so we have the second part of our day today, second session of our day today, and we are really looking forward to have our recommendations declared today for our city of Pune. And today we will have with us Shri Satyajit Bhatkar, who is the CEO of Pani Foundation, and sir's work, of course, we've all heard, we've all seen, and we all would be also reading more about him shortly. So we would like to welcome sir on behalf of all students, all schools in the Climate Warrior program. We have around 80 schools this year. We started last year first with 30, then 60, and now we all are 80 schools together, and we are all are climate warriors. So we are very happy to have you today with us. To inspire us, to motivate us, and to keep doing our good work to create a change in this world. I would just like to introduce sir even before we go on towards the latter half. So that I think I can. I'll introduce her, I think, at the time when we actually hear him. But before that, I would like to call upon Shri Gurdas Nulkar, who has been with us through the first session of Trees and Biodiversity. He's been our mentor of Pune Climate Warrior since the first season. And I would like to welcome him and ask him to speak to all of us.
This is not very good of you, Vandana Tai. I know why you asked me to come here, because, she knows how difficult it is to keep an audience awake after they've had their lunch. And I'm not going to try to do that, because we have an exemplary lineup here today. There are only 2 points which I want to make here. One is that you've spent so much time and efforts, and your teachers, and you have toiled, burnt the midnight oil, and put in all this research. It's certainly not going to go in vain. If that's one pledge I'm taking here, that we at the Pune Climate Warriors are going to ensure that whatever declaration we are going to release today is going to reach to the right people. And when I'm saying the right people, the people who are in the position of creating policies, rules, regulations, essentially the people who are going to take us on the pathway towards a more sustainable future. So that's the only point I want to make, and the rest of the time I'm going to leave it to Satyajit to keep you awake. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Now I would like each host, the session host, to come and just speak a few words, summarize the points. We've had a long day, sir. Since morning, children have been on stage, we've been discussing points. In fact, not just today, we've been doing this for the past 1-2 months, right, children? No, 6 months, even some of them for 6 months, ever since the program started. So we've come together, we've come today, discussed a lot of points that what we want to see in our city of Pune. So for that, I would request each panelist who was there for the earlier sessions, just to summarize a little points and talk about it a little more. So in 2 minutes, if you all could just quickly summarize the points.
Thanks. Yeah, so very quickly, I'll be talking about clean air, sustainable transport, and solid waste management. In clean air, yeah, of course, we need to monitor, plan and control and act, monitor sources of air pollution, monitor air quality emissions from all various sources. Under all three categories, I think IEC, information, education, communication, public awareness is very, very important, and maybe forums like these are very important to discuss those. In order to have clean air under the plan and control, we need to increase monitoring stations, put out data in public domain so that all of us are aware about what is happening with the air quality, and we can take corrective actions. We can demand to right kind of authorities to improve our air quality, and of course we ourselves can make some changes in our lifestyle. Invest in green spaces, afforestation, plant trees, and of course very small steps like walk to work, walk to office, walk to going for shopping, etc. This is not just for the air, but also important to reduce traffic congestion, because the habit of taking out bike just to go out and shop is a very dangerous habit in terms of congestion and air pollution. Again, in sustainable mobility, of course, our goal, Pune's goal, which has been defined by a comprehensive mobility plan, is we want to have 80% trips by walk, bus, and cycle. And to achieve that, I think what we need to do, and this has come from all of you, all the students' declarations as well, that we need to focus on walk, bus, and cycle. We need to have cycle tracks, wide footpaths, good quality buses, electric buses, glamorous buses, so that people are encouraged to use the public transport. Multimodal integration is also a very important thing, because after getting down from metro, I should have various choices to reach to my school or my office. And while our cities are trying to implement integrated or intelligent transportation system, I think even in that, focus should also again be on how to prioritize bus movement on the junctions, or prioritize safety of people crossing the street, or maybe bicycle movement at the junctions. We need to somehow, kids were talking about stopping cars. Yes, that is very important, and curbing number of vehicular density is equally important, and hence we need to encourage people not to use private vehicles. This could be through awareness, this could be through policies, or maybe sometimes, different kind of campaigns and actions that city can group. And of course, as citizens also, we need to jump into that. Under the solid waste management, again, under the monitor, plan, control, and act, we need to measure and publish data on waste generated every month by category, etc., etc. Monitoring of garbage spots by CCTV, because we have technology, we should use it to improve whatever in all the sectors that they are. And very importantly, encourage 5 Rs: refuse, reduce, reuse, repurpose, recycle, and also create awareness.
Going over the segment that I was hosting, which was on energy. The master topic was energy, under which we spoke of domestic energy, we spoke of water, and we spoke of trees and biodiversity. This is recapping everything that mostly the kids have said, and I'm trying to make it as concise as possible. Under tree cover and biodiversity, one of the common things that came up was about being able to do a genuine tree census, the way we do a people or population census, to do a tree census of each community, understand the legacy of the trees, how long they've been there, and actually be able to map that out. So that was a big point in terms of the monitoring. When it came to how to plan and plan for way forward, there was one common point, it was also said on the mic, was about planting native trees and shrubs and encouraging biodiversity clusters of native growth, which was a great point. There was also a lot of conversation, even during urbanization, of rooftop and vertical farming and gardening, and I think that was a great point to mention. Of course, there are a lot of other points which are part of the declaration as well. I'm just giving you the highlights. The second aspect we spoke of was water. And under water, of course, there was a lot of conversation around reducing leaks, reducing wastage, reducing consumption. Dr. Nulkar pointed out a great point today about actually understanding how much consumption you actually have. So doing a genuine 360-degree energy audit beyond just what you see as you are using, but in more detail. There was a lot of very unique inputs from the children around stormwater management, around expanding water treatment facilities, which was a great input from them, of course. And the last part was about engagement of the community in lakes, in river preservation, in cleanliness drives. All of that segment is part of the acting towards water conservation. And the third segment is domestic energy, under which energy efficiency and going back to that same point of a true energy audit were important. Great points I want to mention here are a topic that one of the kids spoke of about starting or engaging in a community energy cooperative, bringing a community together to actually talk, discuss, and act on energy requirements and different ways to use renewable energy. A large part of it was also around a lot of public awareness campaigns, spreading the word on the different ways that you can reduce your energy consumption and use more efficient, reliable, and renewable forms of energy. So that was great. Overall, over the 3 points, I think the one that stayed with me the most, and I'm sure with all of you as well, was one of the students who mentioned a point around collective action, and saying that when a group or a community comes together towards any of these points, that's when actually something changes, not taking away from the fact that each of us individually have our own 1% that we can contribute towards this larger scheme of things. So that's a quick nutshell of the segment that I hosted. I think if Sanskriti can join us for the last segment.
It was really such a brilliant session. All the 3 sessions were really very engaging and really very enjoyable and very hope-giving, I think. What came out of the 3rd session was, the real need for a city for all, which is safe, which addresses climate change, and which responds to the Sustainable Development Goals, but which is also a very friendly place where relationships can thrive and where we don't feel lonely, but where we have empathy. There was the discussion on improving social infrastructure, especially schools, education, healthcare, and green skilling and jobs, and not only in cities, but also in the peri-urban and in rural areas, and to really recognize that this urbanization that is happening, not in a sense to stop urbanization and say that, okay, this much is enough and no more, but that everywhere, all habitats need to thrive, and that's how we can get a handle on, dealing with urbanization, or we need to have a very inclusive development. We also recognize that the city is a habitat not only for humans, but biodiversity, and different types of ecosystems are present in the city. We coexist, and we want to restore our green spaces and rivers and other wetlands. And in the built environment, in the buildings as well as built infrastructure, that this should be less energy intensive, not only in the way it is built with the materials and the construction design, as well as in the use and operation of such infrastructure. Throughout, I think the 3 sessions are need for mobility, more sustainable mobility, the safe and inclusive mobility. We spoke a lot about safe school zones. Again, in different sessions, it kept coming up because I think it is such a thing that everybody faces all the time. But the need for the safety for children as occupants of vehicles and as road users, so that they have independent mobility. It's not a scary place to be in. Finally, there was that youth, of course, have a voice. There is this great voice that is present here, but that this voice has to be amplified through youth forums, where youth can exercise democratic values, where they practice democracy fitness, where we can have conversations. Even when viewpoints are different, we learn how to speak to each other, and we find what we have as a common interest, which is really the well-being of all of us and the environment. And where they are not only demanding, but contributing to change as champions of change, because our choices have to change.
Yes, our choices do have to change, and we need to work for a better planet. And with this, while we are speaking about choices have to change, I would just like to play a small song just so that we understand and we realize why our choices have to change. This song is by Sophia Bromberg featuring Oren Major, Champions of Change. So please. Can you dim the lights? Can you pause 1 minute? Can you please dim the lights on the stage slightly? Okay, it doesn't happen. Okay, so please enjoy the song and wait for a small surprise. Yeah, please. Oh, I think, and increase the volume, please. Y'all can hum.
Let me tell you about a story when a child lost her mother to the wind. She provides us a heart, can I get an amen? Mother Earth, forgive us for we have sinned. It pains my heart when I see her and all the work she's trying to do. You really think that nobody's here? Hate to break her, but she's watching you. Together forever. Choices have to change.
We gotta be frontline in the way of harm. Why we gotta be uninformed? What's going on? They got microplastics all in the food we can't afford.
Yes.
Champions of change, make it
So I hope everybody saw that. Yes, and choices have to change. That is what our children want. So today we have all gathered here to release our declaration, to release our recommendations, what we want and how our choices as citizens also have to change. So for that, I would request our guests to please release the declaration. We would be getting that. If you all could please come here, and there would be volunteers who would be coming to release the declaration as well. If you all could, yeah, so that. I think the first row can sit so that we have all students, sir, represented. One student from each school we have today on stage to represent their school for the recommendations for the declaration. This declaration is basically all the recommendations, what we want to see in our city of Pune. This is what we expect from the government, what we want to see as citizens, and our rights and our duties as well as citizens. नंतर नंतर Thank you everyone, and thank you audience for your patience till we got ourselves clicked. This declaration today, of course, we wanted to hand it over to the commissioners of Pune and Pimpri Chinchwad, but due to some personal reasons, they could not make it today. So, but nevertheless, we would be going and handing it over to them, because this is what we want and what we will be requesting our government to do. So on behalf of all of us, we would be going and handing it over to them, and I'm sure that they will consider our recommendations for our dear city. So moving forward, I would really like to introduce to us our chief guest, our honored guest who's come all the way from Bombay just for our function today. So Shri Satyajit Bhatkar, CEO of Pani Foundation, is a television and film director, popularly known as the director for the serial Satyameva Jayate, which featured Amir Khan bringing to the forefront wrenching real-life stories that plague our society even today. Sir started his career as a lawyer, practiced law over a decade, and was actively involved in important social and political causes, on which he wrote extensively. And then in his mid-30s, he quit law to work in the film and television industry. Sir was a part of the core production team of the landmark Hindi film Lagan, and also directed India's first theatrical release documentary, Chale Chalo. The English version of the film, entitled Madness in the Desert, won a national award. Sir also wrote The Spirit of Lagan, one of the best sellers of 2003, which was translated into 3 languages, Indian languages. Sir has also written and directed Bombay Lawyers, a mini-series that was broadcasted by NDTV in 2007. He co-wrote and produced by the Walt Disney Company, which released in 2011. With all these credits, Sir is also the CEO of Pani Foundation, a non-profit founded by Shri Amir Khan and Kiran Rao, aimed at making Maharashtra drought-free. So we are really honored to have you today, and to inspire us, to motivate us, and to guide us to take action towards climate change.
Thank you so much, Divya, for the very kind introduction. But it's setting you up for something which might not live up to your expectations. At the outset, I'd like to thank Vandana ji, Divya ji, and the whole team at Pune Climate Warriors for inviting me here. I think this is a very special and very important kind of initiative. But on the other hand, I'm also a little scared, because as a kid, the one thing which I didn't like to listen to was Gyan. So I'm trying to figure out that after spending so much of time listening, how to, make this a little fun. So I want to ask you all guys had fun doing what you all did? Huh? You had fun? You enjoyed it? No, I think that's the most important thing. Because anything which we don't enjoy, at least when I was in school, chance hi nahi hai. Matlab, if I didn't enjoy it, I would not do it. So talking about climate and discussing and doing things, this project, you all have had a good time? Then I want to tell you, you can have a lot more good time in the days to come. This is just the start. Because unfortunately, this problem is so big. It's so big. It is not going to go away anytime soon. Like when I traveled just now, I came from Bombay. On the highway in the morning also, you can't see beyond 100 meters. Why? But is that fog or is it pollution? It's smog, correct. Is the pollution hanging onto the water vapor in winter, correct? So, गाड़ी का जैसे आज वाइपर है ना, after some time I think human beings are going to need wipers to see each other. No, I'm not joking. In Delhi, the smog is so thick. Vandana ji is a member of parliament and sadly she has to spend a lot of time in Delhi, sadly, because from a health point of view, I can imagine how dangerous it is. Visibility has now become so bad in outdoor situations that you see a photo and you can't see a building properly. You can see an outline. You can see an outline. You can't see the details of a building. Forget about Delhi, Bombay, which is where I live in, and I'm sure Pune also that's true. Very often, the building which is 50 meters from my house, I can see the outline. I can't see the building clearly. So now what the reasons behind this, everybody knows. So I want to ask you all a question. You all know the reasons is smog. Tell me, do you know how to reduce the smog? You all have come out with your recommendations, no? According to you, your recommendations will reduce smog. Will they? You made recommendations, no? In this declaration. If those declarations are implemented, I'm asking you all, do you think it will reduce smog? Okay, those who feel it will reduce smog, put their hands up. Those who feel it will not reduce smog, put their hands up. Okay, so the majority of you all feel that your recommendations will help. Now I want to ask you all a question. Are those recommendations you all have made, are they very difficult? Those who think they are very difficult, put their hands up. Those who think they are very easy to implement, put their hands up. So in other words, you are saying, you know how to reduce smog. You know how to make the air clean, correct? And how to do it is very easy. So if it's easy for you all, do you think it's easy for your parents and my generation? It's easier for us. Okay, I'll ask you one more question. Do you think your recommendations are going to get implemented? Okay, those who think your recommendations are going to get implemented, put your hands up. And those who think the recommendations will not get implemented, put your hands up. Ah, there you are. This is the big moment. So we know how to solve the problem, and solving the problem is easy, and still we think it will not get implemented. Isn't that strange? Isn't it really strange? How can we change this here? I want to ask you, how can we change this? हाँ क्या क्या सुना नहीं? पैसा, अच्छा. But your recommendations don't require पैसा या? Your recommendations, उसके लिए अभी एक recommendation, Gurdas, just help me na, with the recommendation. Just will you come here so join me? Because, अच्छा, give me an example of a recommendation which doesn't give money.
Which doesn't need money.
Doesn't need money. आपण ते थोडं वाचून दाखवूया काय होईल.
Okay, draw a plan, systematic approach to plant and replace trees.
To do trees and shrubs, do you require money? You do not require money. Pani Foundation, we do that in the tens of thousands, lakhs. You don't require money for it. Sorry? Bioenzymes, most of these things don't require a lot of money. See, everything requires some money. It's not that you can do it for free, but it's not very expensive. If you think about, yaar, abhi, whatever we are doing, we are not able to see each other. We are not able to breathe clean air. Because of that, we are, getting a cough every other week. All of you all must be taking antibiotics once a year at least, no? Khasi ho gayi, bukhar ho gaya. So that same money if we use instead to plant trees, isn't that a better idea? Okay, without getting into details, I'm saying कि मोटे तौर पर your suggestions are possible to implement. You're clear it's possible. And you're saying that it will solve the problem. but still you're saying you don't think it will get implemented. So why is the reason? Why do you think? You said one reason was paisa. I'm saying paisa is not an issue only. Lack of passion. Who's the girl who said it? Very good. We must clap for her. Excellent. So we need to bring passion to this subject, correct? And if there is passion behind any subject, anything that we really want, we can change it. And you've ever heard the term in Marathi, we call it Balhatta. So if children decide that we want this, generally you can make your parents agree, right? So what we need to do now is you all already know so much about these issues, and it's a beautiful thing that you know about it. We need to create passion in society about these issues. We need to create more and more people who feel this is the most important thing for our lives today. It is the most important thing for our future. Because if we do not have clean air, if we do not have clean water, if we do not have water, we are going to be in a lot of trouble. And this can only change when there are millions and millions and millions of us who strongly believe that we need to do this. The science exists. We know how to solve this problem. The resources exist. We have the resources to solve this problem. But as our friend told us, we need to have the passion to solve it. We need to believe that this problem has to be solved if we are to survive, if we are to thrive. See, all big problems now have only got solved when large numbers of people got together. Think about this. Man went on the moon. Do you think Neil Armstrong just got into a rocket and went on the moon? For Neil Armstrong to get into that rocket, they had to develop so many different things. Technology of materials, of metals, of fuels, of thermodynamics, pata nahi kya kya. I'm not a scientist. Gurdas can tell us more about it. But there must have been a team of hundreds of thousands of people from all over the world who together managed to create the knowledge which enabled man to go on the moon. Teamwork and dedication. Who's the girl who said this? We must clap for you. Lovely. Teamwork and dedication. What a beautiful phrase you came out with. So there was teamwork and dedication, and that enabled man to go on the moon. Even what India has been achieving, the satellite which we sent to the rover which went to Mars, the Aditya which is circling the moon, there is teamwork and dedication. So if we bring teamwork, hang on, I'm coming to a point, then I'll ask you some more questions, okay? So we need that same teamwork and dedication to solve for climate change. And that teamwork and dedication will have to come not just from y'all. It will have to come from children, it will have to come from adults, it will have to come from senior citizens like me. It will have to come from not just one country, it will have to come from global efforts. So as a species, all those who identify, you know what we are called as a species? Very good. Homo sapiens will need to come together. And they are doing number of things which you can also learn from and they can also learn from you. Would you like that? Would you like to talk to children from rural areas? Would you like to talk to children from other countries about what you can do and what you are doing? So this is a beautiful thing. We can have much more fun. So you had fun already. Now you can have fun at a global level. So this is a challenge for all of us, but this is an opportunity also for us to have a lot of fun and bring meaning into our lives, correct? So I really want to congratulate all of you all for what you all have done. And I want to tell you, in the days to come, we are going to have a lot more fun and a lot of opportunities. So full power to all of you, and keep smiling, keep laughing, and let's with a really happy face see how we can solve this problem. Yeah? Okay, bye, thanks.
Thank you so much, sir, for all your inspiring words. It surely has motivated all of us. We have missed felicitating you. I would like to felicitate you with a small token, which is a plant. And please, if you could. We would also thank you, sir. Thank you so much. I would like to call Ma'am Vandana Chavan, ma'am, to kindly speak to the audience and to conclude the session.
Absolutely fabulous day today. I go back to 2005 when I had been to Montreal for a conference of mayors all over the world. And it was a contingent of 700 mayors from different countries who had converged. I was by then a former mayor. The 3 days that I was there, in those days, the Kyoto Protocol was the latest. And everybody, every day, from day one, from the inaugural function to the valedictory function, said mainly two things. One is they hit out at the US for not having signed the Kyoto Protocol, number one. We all know that America is the biggest polluter, and if they are the biggest polluters, they are the one who have to sign the Kyoto Protocol to say that yes, we agree that this planet is warming and we need to do something to bring down our carbon emission, but they have not done it. And the second most crucial thing that they were talking about was that after the North and South Pole, which are very vulnerable to climate change, and we had already heard that, seen that on various TV channels, what they were saying is the second biggest hotspot on this globe. Can you imagine? Where? India and Pakistan. India and Bangladesh. This is what they said. And immediately my antennae were up because I had not heard of this. The 3-day conference, I was really very, very restless that coming from India, if India is going to see this kind of future, I mean, what are we doing about it? I'm sure the experts and the scientists knew that, but you and me and people like me did not know about it. The experts may be knowing about it at that time. I got back, I Googled, I did a lot of research for 3 months. I had tied myself into the house, stuck to the computer. And what I got was a bhandar of information which showed me what's happening all around the world, what's happening in India, what's the little science of climate change, what is it that's going to happen, and what is it that we need to do. But unfortunately, back in 2005, I thought they will call me crazy if I started going around saying this. I had experienced that as a municipal corporator in the municipal corporation. Whenever I spoke on environmental issues, my colleagues, senior colleagues at that, would say ki, काय बोलताय हे तर हाय-फाय सब्जेक्ट आहे हे काय गरिबांचा थोडी आहे तुम्हाला माहित नाही गरिबांच्या व्यथा काय if at all this is going to hit anybody, it's going to hit you and me, of course, but it is going to hit the poor the worst. You and me, if we fall ill, chikungunya, dengue, anything of that kind, you and me can afford to go to a doctor, right? The poor person who is from a lower middle class, if he or she falls ill, he or she, the whole family is pushed into poverty. And imagine millions of them facing such risks of life. So this is something that is universal. Disease doesn't see rich or poor. We've seen it during the COVID times. We lost people in the poor sections of society, amongst the rich. So it doesn't see who is responsible in polluting and things like that. So basically today it gives me great hope because all this exercise we have started after that realization that if this is what we are going to see in the future of India, we have to make sure that our people are aware about this and we make a conscious effort to bring down our carbon footprint. Government is doing its bit. I won't say it's doing its 100%. It may say one thing and it may do another thing. I can give umpteen number of such examples that it will say something and not do exactly the other way around. But we are not on that. We are here to ask not what the government is doing. We are here to ask what am I going to do. So those 4 fingers which are pointing to us, I think that is the most important. And it really gives me a lot of hope that all of you young children here girls and boys. You all have put in so much hard work. I have gone through each and every film of yours. There were some 220 films. And actually, my colleagues had helped me to actually, sort out who has said what. But me and Divya went through each and every films, the leaders of every session that we had, they have also gone through that particular topic of the speeches. And it was amazing. Let me be very honest, I also learned a lot from some of the research work that you all have done. So it was quite an eye-opener for me on several fronts. And I think if we have such kind of young citizens, we say India is a young country. Why? Because 50% of our population is lesser than 25 years. You are in that 50%. You are the ones who are going to wade this country into the future. And therefore, I think this is the time where we need to reach out to people and make them understand. We are all the very fortunate ones who are sitting in this hall, right? You have a computer to research on, you have a Wi-Fi at home, you have parents who help you, you have teachers who are very enthusiastic to take this program through. But imagine the number of people who are not so fortunate. They don't even get a chance to complete their basic education. So we are responsible even to make sure that we inculcate amongst them these ideas to bring about a change in their lifestyles also. But those are the people who are not really responsible for a heavy carbon footprint. It's you, me, and all people like us who are responsible for a heavy carbon footprint. Just like America, on the world level, it's you and me in India who are responsible for that high carbon footprint. And therefore, it's really it makes me very hopeful to see all of you with so much passion, so much dedication, and so much hard work and understanding this subject to take it forward. I am very happy that Satyajit ji is here this evening, and I would like to make a sincere appeal to him. They have all been working, Amir Khan ji and the entire team has been working in the rural areas for the cause of environment. We would love to hold hands with the Pani Foundation, Amir Khan ji, yourself, and I think that will be a great boost for all our children if this is the message that we can take forward. So I really look forward that Alert, the Pune Climate Warriors, the several NGOs which are already connected to this program is, in addition, we have a great name like Pani Foundation coming with us, or rather collaborating with us. And we will really make things change. I am also in former Vice President Al Gore's team of the Climate Reality. And when we had a workshop in Delhi, we had committed to ourselves in that workshop that we will reach out at least to 10 people every day to talk about climate change. You don't have to give a bhashan, right? You don't have to even give a presentation. But can you just say what you said, like, can we reduce our carbon footprint by doing X, Y, Z? Some things are what others can do, but there are many things that you can do yourself. Conserving water, conserving electricity, planting a tree. We have that theme already. One tree every year, one family, one tree every year. We have it already. But do it consciously. So once again, thank you, Satyajit ji, for being here with us. It'll really boost the morale of all our team members and, of course, the children present here. The teachers have been great because floating an idea is very simple, but actually making it happen. So in the morning, we gave a standing ovation for all the teachers. And now I think let me thank them once again, and let me thank all the students. And let's take this from today's program. 10 people every day, we make a conscious effort to reach out to them and convince them to bring down their carbon footprint. I think that will take us a great deal. So with that, I will once again like to, Once again, I would like to thank all the volunteers who have been a great support in conducting this program, all these various voluntary organizations who have been a very active part of this, and of course the school and children. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Yes, all the champions of change, which we will call our children from today, the champions of change is going to take this message forward to 10 people every day, and I'm sure we will change the world. Yes, thank you. As we conclude the session, I would just like to mention that we have also, along with the teachers, we have the leadership of these schools also present with us. So if I could quickly felicitate them, and then we will end the session. I would like to call Ipsita Rodriguez ma'am, Mona Dalmia ma'am, and Jumana ma'am to quickly come on stage so that we just acknowledge your presence as well. If any other principal, teacher, or management, if I've missed, please kindly let me know. But just to acknowledge your presence here. Also, I would... Anybody else? Any principal, any management? If we could, yes. And the oldest, yes, please. And even the principal association, Jitendra sir and Shinde sir, please kindly if you could, तुम्ही आज मंचावर आलात तर नक्की छान होईल प्रिन्सिपल असोसिएशनचे. Yes, ma'am. In the meantime, while we felicitate all the principals and the principals of various schools, of course, we have teachers who have accompanied, who have been with children since morning. So I would really thank all the teachers, all the children to be here. Even some parents have been here. So I would thank each one of you all. We would also, while the guests felicitate the principals and the head of the organizations, we are happy that the leaderships of all your schools have taken this program very seriously and have implemented it in a beautiful manner. So thank you so much. I would also like to thank today's judges who have judged all the videos as well. Judges in the sense a panel of experts. Rushal Amar from CE, Mugdha from Swachh, Baswant from CE, Neela Vidwans, Shubha Kulkarni and Shailaja Deshpande from Jeevit Nadi, Chandrasekhar Khapre, Pratik, Pranati Shroff from Sustain and Save. All these were our esteemed panelists who have been there, seen all your videos of all the children and have noted down. These all are experts in their own fields. I would also like to thank today the panelists who have been here, the hosts and the panelists, Shri Sarangi Advadkar, Sanskriti Menon, Achal, Sangram, Shailaja Deshpande, Gurdas Nulkarji, Pranjali Deshpande and Ranjit Gadgir, who have been patiently conducting the session. I would also like to thank the entire team of Srishti Foundation, Vandrai, and of course the members of the Alert and all members of Alert. We would also like to thank the members of Urban Cell who have been very, very active in the entire program and reaching out to schools, teachers, principals, and to take this forward. Urban Cell has been constantly very active in raising the concerns of environment in our city as well. I would also like to thank all the volunteers today who have been helping relentlessly. If I miss out anybody's name, kindly excuse me. But Fahim Bhai, then Meghna, Arjun, who is the youngest volunteer here, Sai, then we have Sunil, Babu, Swapnil, then we have the entire team, media team of Sheila sir, Sri Sachin Naik, who has arranged this beautiful stage, and the photography, the videography. I really thank each one of them. Some team members I have missed. Firoz, yeah, I'm coming to the last bit, but even before that, Firoz, who has been very, very active, who is managing this entire place, this beautiful place, hall, Nehru Memorial Hall. So please, school, शाळा, तुम्हाला नक्की कुठला प्रोग्राम घ्यायचा असेल तर नक्की फिरोजला कॉन्टॅक्ट करा. So he will help. Yeah, so of course, all our volunteers, Fahim Bhai, Radhika, Ashwini, Shweta, Neeta, Meenu, Gitanjali, Sonia, Pranay, the names are Vikram, entire team, Vikram's team of 10 boys, they have all been very active in helping all of you all. So if anybody I have missed, all the volunteers I have missed, kindly excuse me for that. It's just that there are too many names right now. So please, all the volunteers kindly come on stage because we would like a quick picture before all the guests and the students leave. So that even I make sure that I have not missed anybody's name. Lakshanya. Please, everybody, please come on stage. All the team boys, the names are too many and I must have missed out on somebody's name. Kindly excuse me for the same. And of course, Radhika, everybody knows. Yeah. I have also missed even mentioning two very senior members of our organization, Sanjeevani Taiguzogrekar and Rushali Daborkar, who is today not with us, but she has been a strong support to organize today's program and function. This entire team of volunteers has been working relentlessly for the past many months to help out any concern, any query, and we will always be there to continue this journey of Climate Warrior. This year it's not yet over. We still have the concluding session, which is the annual program, annual function, which we will have in February. The dates will be announced in the next week because we were busy in this program today, but we will announce it next week. So we request you to come for that function. We will be celebrating this season 2 of Pune Climate Warrior in February so that we gear up for season 3. So we look forward for that program in February and to welcome all of you all for season 3. And with that, I would like to thank each one of you all, each student, each participant who has been there. And I'll see you in February. Thank you.